2023, and this is the time and place for the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We extend our welcome to those who are here in person with us, as well as any of them that may be joining online. We'll begin with a roll call of the commissioners. First, we will excuse Commissioner Exton and Commissioner Ratzlaff, who are not able to be here with us today. Commissioner Blitman.
I'm here.
Commissioner Wickstrom. Here. Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Colson.
Here.
And I am Commissioner Birch, and I will be conducting the meeting this evening. Just by way of guidance, we have a fair number of people here. So the applicant, when we have each project, will be given 15 minutes to speak. Staff will also speak. After the applicant speaks, there will be an opportunity for members of the public to speak. They will be limited to 3 minutes each. And thereafter, the applicant will have an opportunity for rebuttal. Then we'll close the public portion of the meeting, and the commissioners will discuss the project and make a decision. First item on the agenda is item number 202-301-060-ZC-DA-S-VAC-PR, Gary McAllister, and it's been recommended that this project be tabled to the October 12th, 2023 meeting. I need a motion to see whether or not we can do that.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we table application 2023-01-060-ZCDAS-VAC-PR to the October 12th, 2023 meeting.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Colson. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. I say aye. Any opposed? All right, so that will be tabled. Next item on the agenda, our first project is 2022-024-76-P-C-Z0A-ZC-DA-S, Spring Rock Development LLC, and we'll turn the time over to Mr. Moore from staff for presentation.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just one moment while I get this screen pulled up. Not showing the mouse. Oh, there it is. There we go.
Commissioner Birch.
Yes.
I want to just make it on the record, I was at one of these neighborhood meetings, and it won't affect my judgment.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, sorry for the delay. Before you is a planned community implementation plan, zoning ordinance text and map amendment, development agreement, and preliminary plat for the Spring Rock planned community. Here's a summary of the applications included. The planned community implementation plan will include project details regarding financing, phasing, public facilities, transportation, habitat management, and community design. The zoning ordinance text amendment will adopt a zoning ordinance specific to the planned community. The zoning ordinance map amendment will rezone the subject property to planned community. A development agreement will ensure the property is in conformance with the sub-area comprehensive plan and conditions of approval. And a preliminary plat is included, which will subdivide the northwest portion of the property into 621 lots. All right, so as background, planned communities require a two-step process. The first step, which included designating the property as planned community on the future land use map and adopting the Spring Rock comprehensive plan for the site, was approved by the Board of County Commissioners on April 12th and also went before the Planning and Zoning Commission. Before you tonight is the second step, which would rezone the property as planned community and adopt the Spring Rock zoning ordinance for the site. Prior to the application being submitted, scoping sessions were held with the affected service providers and transportation agencies to receive input, and 2 public involvement sessions were held by the applicant, in which all property owners within a mile of the site were invited to attend. The application materials include the new proposed zoning ordinance, a financing and urban facilities plan, excuse me, a phasing and transition plan, a wildlife and habitat management plan, a community design plan, and traffic impact study. Here's a vicinity map of the site. The property is generally located along 10 Mile Creek Road between Cloverdale Road and Pleasant Valley Road. And here's a closer image of the site. It abuts the New York Canal along the northwest boundary. It abuts the Falcon Crest Golf Course and Valor Plan community to the southwest. 10 Mile Creek, the channel for 10 Mile Creek cuts diagonally across the site. And there is a bench slope located along the kind of the southern portion of the property. And this image just shows how it relates to the surrounding areas of city impact. The property is not located in an area of city impact, though it does abut CUNA's impact area. And I've just highlighted other planned communities in the area. Again, it will abut the Valor planned community, which will include approximately 2,300 homes. That's also fairly close to the Murillo Farms planned community under review in Boise right now, and the Locale planned community, which has already been approved and will include approximately 2,000 homes. So as an overview of the project, this is the future land use map and phasing plan. The community will include approximately 2,775 homes and 362,000 square feet of office and commercial space on 762 acres at full build-out, which is anticipated around the year 2040. It will include a variety of single-family, townhome, and multifamily housing, and encourage accessory dwelling units in order to accommodate a wide range of housing needs. The plan also encourages home offices and home occupations and envisions the commercial areas ultimately being able to provide the primary daily needs of residents. 2 elementary school sites are proposed on land to be reserved for the CUNA and West Ada school districts. These are the properties in that kind of pink-purple color. Amenities would include a community center, pond, 30-acre community park, and various neighborhood parks and playgrounds. The community will be connected by an approximately 2-mile-long multi-use path, which will extend the length of the site along the channel of 10 Mile Creek. And pathways will also be provided along the New York Canal, within the bench slopes, and other areas throughout the community to reduce the need for vehicle travel interior to the site. Potable water will be provided by Veolia from a combination of 9 existing wells located north of the site, which Veolia has indicated have adequate capacity to serve the development. Sewer will be provided by an on-site wastewater treatment facility, and irrigation water will be provided from existing on-site wells currently used to irrigate the site, as well as treated water from the wastewater treatment facility. And here's the preliminary plat, which will include a total of 621 lots. 597 of the lots will be residential, including 356 single-family homes and 241 townhomes. Lots will also be provided for a school, wastewater treatment facility, the community park, a pond, and several neighborhood parks and common lots. So if you can see my arrow, the pond site will be located here along the New York Canal. The school site will be located here at the intersection of 10 Mile Creek Road and 5 Mile Road. The wastewater treatment facility will be located here, along with the 30-acre community park. There'll be townhomes to the north, single-family homes here towards the center, and then more townhomes at the southern end of the property. Oh, sorry. ACHD has approved the traffic impact study and proposed transportation improvements as conditioned. Improvements will include the installation of a roundabout at the intersection of 10 Mile Creek Road and 5 Mile Road, and the extension of 5 Mile Road to the south. Sidewalk will be provided along all public streets, and numerous pathways will also be provided, including along 10 Mile Creek and the New York Canal. So just as a note, 10 Mile Creek currently just runs continuously into 5 Mile Road. With this plat, 10 Mile Creek Road will terminate here at a roundabout with 5 Mile Road, which will continue to the south, and it will continue further to the south as future phases are subdivided. And here is the landscape plan for the northern portion of the preliminary plat, which provides an example of the sidewalk, pathways, trees, landscaping, and neighborhood parks that will be provided throughout the community. As this is 5 Mile Road, you'll see the street trees, sidewalk provided along it. There's a lot of pedestrian paths cutting through the blocks. This is the New York Canal, the pathway along the New York Canal here you see a lot of connections to that. A little playground here, so there will be little common areas throughout the development. And ACHD will also require the following off-site roadway improvements to mitigate the subdivision's impact on the surrounding transportation network. Just briefly, they will require a turning lane be added from 10 Mile Creek Road north onto Pleasant Valley Road, as well as turn lanes added from the north and south on Pleasant Valley Road onto 10 Mile Creek Road. 10 Mile Creek Road will need to be widened to at least 30 feet, a 30-foot width, with 3-foot gravel shoulders from the subdivision boundary to Pleasant Valley Road, and also from Hubbard Road from the project to Cloverdale Road. And then just to note, further improvements to 10 Mile Creek Road will be made as future phases are developed for properties that abut it. Oh, sorry. I guess one more note. Prior to the final plat approval for the 350th lot, ACHD will require an updated traffic impact study to determine if traffic signals or additional turn lanes are needed at the intersections of Cloverdale Road and Hubbard Road, Cloverdale Road and Columbia Road, and Columbia Road and Locust Grove Road, so the white dots on the map. And ACHD will also require updated traffic impact studies with each subsequent preliminary plat to determine roadway improvements needed to mitigate the impacts of future phases. Regarding emergency services, the development will be serviced by the CUNA Fire District, Ada County Sheriff, and Ada County Paramedics. And the applicant has reached preliminary agreements with all 3 agencies. That would include the prepayment of impact fees to construct a new fire station on property the district owns on Cloverdale Road, with space also provided for the sheriff and paramedics. And additional contributions would also be made by the developer to cover early operational expenses until a sufficient tax base has been established. Conditions of approval will require these agreements be finalized prior to the approval of the final plat. So here's the location here on the bottom left of the screen. And then the white dashed lines just show where future roadways will be located in the future. So there will be access to Spring Rock from CUNA Road and Cloverdale Road through the Valor Plan community in the future. And just a summary of the comments received. There was one public comment received in opposition due to concerns regarding transportation infrastructure, water availability, and fire protection, which have been addressed in previous slides. ACHD and ITD both approved the traffic impact study and proposed transportation improvements. As discussed, CUNA Fire, Ada County Sheriff, and Ada County Paramedics were all supportive of the project moving forward with the mitigation measures proposed by the applicant. Ada County Parks said they anticipated increased visitation to the Hubbard Reservoir Recreation Area and would like to coordinate with the developer on potential improvements to that site. And while the subject property is not within an area of city impact, City of Boise did express opposition due to concerns regarding public services, transportation, water availability, and farmland preservation. And the City of CUNA submitted a letter saying they had no opposition to the application. And no other concerns were expressed by any of the other service providers or commenting agencies, primarily just standard conditions of approval. So the applicant has requested 3 modifications to the conditions of approval, which staff is supportive of. I'll just summarize. The first one is to provide more specific language in condition of approval number 11 regarding the time frame for which the school sites will be reserved for the school districts. Staff finds the existing language was not detailed enough and that the proposed language will match the language within the Spring Rock Development Code. The applicant has requested that condition number 15 be modified to reference the Spring Rock Development Code in addition to the Ada County Code, as preliminary plats within the planned community will be subject to provisions from both. And lastly, the applicant has committed to dedicating 178 acres within the development as open space and requested the following condition be added, which would require an additional 135.2 acres be provided within the remaining phases of the development to meet this number. So as detailed in the findings of fact, staff finds the application to be in conformance with Ada County Code and is recommending approval with the proposed modifications to the conditions of approval as presented. This concludes my presentation, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Are there any questions from the commissioners, from staff? Commissioner Blitman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. My question is, how does the floodplain get addressed? Because that was one of the comments that was brought up. And so what agency does that, or how do we know we're not building houses where there's going to be this massive flood?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, that's a good question. So the applicant did receive a floodplain application approval from Ada County engineer. They received a conditional letter of map revision to improve the channel for 10 Mile Creek to make it, right now it's kind of a little spread out. The site's been used for grazing for nearly the past 100 years. So they have applied, got conditional approval from FEMA for that conditional letter of map revision, which to just kind of improve that channel, kind of consolidate it, which would help the site to better handle flooding events in the future. But I guess the Ada County engineer did approve a floodplain application.
Okay. And can I go ahead with another
Yes,
question?
please.
My next question is about the Hubbard Reservoir and the improvements to the Hubbard Reservoir. I see it as a comment, but I didn't see it put into the conditions. And so I wondered where that landed.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, that came as a late comment. It was a late exhibit, so it came in after the staff report was finished. So here's a map showing the site and the Hubbard Reservoir Recreation Area about a mile to the west of the site. And so Parks just mentioned their parking area for the site currently there's currently room for 8 vehicles and 3 horse trailers. And so they felt this development would increase visitation to the recreation area. There's not too many improvements to the area currently. There are some trails, but they do have plans. They're working on a master plan for the site and plan to make more improvements to it, which could get more visits. But so they did request assistance or working with the applicant to mitigate those impacts from the additional visits. They didn't make a specific, say, monetary request, but they asked to coordinate with the applicant going forward on potential mitigation. So as it came in as a late exhibit, we don't have a condition for it, but that's something that could be discussed with the applicant, or the commission could make a condition if they felt inclined.
Can I ask another question?
Please.
It's an 800-plus page document. So on page 769, there was this review from Jacobs that talks about the cost borne by the residents. And so that based on that report, there was some costs that were being borne by the residents versus by the developer. And then there was some other language that talked about how that had been mitigated. And if you could explain all that to me, that would be awesome, because it was way beyond my knowledge level.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman. So, yeah, as some background, we hired a consultant, Jacobs, to review the financing plan as we did in the first phase. And they, according to their comments, they said their financing plan did meet the requirements of the code, but they said they would be nice to provide additional information regarding the impacts to other services. And then, so the applicant did provide a response, and they can provide more detail, but they just basically indicated that the property taxes would contribute to those other services not specifically addressed in the financing plan, and that they had worked with all the service providers, as we talked about with fire, EMS, sheriff. So they had met with them and worked preliminary agreements with them to help cover their costs. So the applicant feels they have met with all the applicable service providers and addressed their concerns, and that property taxes would cover any other services that kind of weren't specifically identified.
Can I ask one more?
Please.
Can you explain to us again who's responsible for making decisions about water availability?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman. So ultimately, well, I'll just kind of just provide an overview again. So the potable water would come from Veolia. They submitted a letter saying they'd use a combination of 9 different wells located to the north of the site, which had capacity. I know some of those wells are monitored by IDWR, Idaho Department of Water Resources. It's not something Development Services gets into. We rely on the Idaho Department of Water Resources, DEQ, Veolia, the service providers to make those determinations, and state agencies. But Veolia has said they have capacity, and that they also mentioned their Columbia water treatment plant, which treats water from the Boise River, and they're expanding that plant, and that they can always subsidize that water with water from their Columbia treatment plant if needed, but that their existing wells had capacity to handle it. And then regarding the irrigation water, the applicant demonstrated in the first phase they do have sufficient water rights to irrigate landscaping on the property. They're currently irrigating portions of the property now as part of their grazing. And then they'll also subsidize that water with additional water from the wastewater treatment facility. Our engineer did submit a comment just asking that as a condition of approval that a test be run on one of the existing wells, just to show that it didn't negatively impact the drawdown levels. So there is a condition from the engineer that will require a test on one of the existing wells used to irrigate the site.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll have more later, but
Yeah.
that's for right now.
Are there other questions? The commissioners for Mr. Moore? No? Mr. Moore, I do have a couple questions for you. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the city of Boise's concerns? You said infrastructure specifically. What are we talking about?
Mr. Chid, their concerns, they mentioned transportation infrastructure, which regarding that, we rely on ACHD, and I'll explain some of the on-site improvements and off-site requirements ACHD will have for the surrounding transportation infrastructure. They mentioned service provision, I guess just any other services provided by another service provider. In this case, they'll be providing their own wastewater treatment. Again, Veolia providing the water. The emergency services, as we mentioned, were covered. I don't know if they mentioned a specific entity beyond those, but just in general, I think they were a little concerned with service providers serving this area. It's a little bit away from some other development. And they mentioned water availability, which we just discussed. And I think they also mentioned farmland preservation. And that was addressed as part of the first phase. But essentially, there's only a portion of the property is dedicated as prime farmland. That's the area along the channel of 10 Mile Creek. And as we kind of explained in the first step, the property does kind of slope a little bit, and that channel breaks up the property. And with it being just kind of a narrow, isolated section, it wasn't the most ideal spot for farmland. It's been used for grazing for, again, about the past 100 years. And so we determined it wasn't an ideal location for farmland for those reasons.
And one more question. As of today, which roads cut through to this development from a major thoroughfare?
Mr. Chair, there's maybe none that bisect the property. Again, there's 5 Mile Road, again, which turns into 10 Mile Creek Road here along the boundary of the property, cuts through some portions of it. Again, 5 Mile Road will be extended through the site eventually, and there will be a connection from Cloverdale Road. Eventually, it's partially there through the Valor Plan community, so those will be coming, but there aren't any other significant roadways cutting through the property at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any other questions? Commissioner Wickstrom.
Mr. Moore, could you go back to the slide that shows the adjacent projects that were approved or under construction? And
This one?
yeah, that'd be it. It's going to get a feel for where they are. All right. Thank you. I think that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right. Mr. Moore, thank you very much. We'll now invite the applicant to come forward. Please state your name and address when you come to the podium.
Good evening, Commissioners. Let's make sure this works here okay. Yep, it does. Great. For the record, my name is Dave Jorgensen with the Development Team for Spring Rock Plan Community. We're grateful to be with you today. We've put a lot of work and effort into this to get to this stage of the process, and happy to answer all your questions that you may have throughout the evening tonight. I'll quickly introduce our team. Myself, Dave Jorgensen, been in the land development community here for over 25 years. Chris Finley and Pat Dunslager are also my partners in this community. Anna Canning is our local planner who's been an expert in helping us with zoning code and other aspects of the application. And she's here in case I have any technical questions I cannot answer. I want to go through the site and talk about kind of a quick overview, and then I'll go through the rest of the application details for you. Appreciate the staff's presentation. I will not repeat all the things they said. I'll try to skip through things because I didn't know what he's going to say, so if there's repeats, I'll just skip through. But the short of it is we're adjacent to the Falcon Crest Valor community. It's just over 162 acres in size, just south of the city of Boise and on the eastern border of the city of Kuna next to the Falcon Crest Golf Course. Interesting, with relative to different other planned communities in the valley, we're actually fairly close to other commercial centers. We're right against Falcon Crest, I mentioned. We're a mile or two away from the future under construction now, the Meta Facebook project, and also we're within 15 minutes of Micron to the east and less than 15 minutes to the airport. Let's see here, make sure I get this right. There it goes, okay. So as mentioned by staff, there's a couple of steps in the process. We've already been through the first step to have the plan community approved with a comprehensive plan map and text amendment and the sub-area plan, and now we're in the implementation phase where we talk about the implementation plan, the zoning ordinance and text and map amendment, and the preliminary plat. With regard to the implementation plan, I want to just kind of highlight a couple of things. As staff had mentioned, we spent a lot of time working with the agencies, listening to what their needs are, their requests are, implementing them all which we can in the process. But you don't build all the roads at one time, just like we don't build all the houses at one time. Everything happens to happen in a phase, in a step-by-step process. And we're really trying to lead forward and actually build first before all the homes are built first. You'll see that as I discuss further. But as we had the scoping sessions, we met with the transportation agencies and all other EMS, paramedics, sheriff, library, I mean, a whole list of agencies and groups we met with to discuss their needs and what's applicable here. And out of that came a kind of a transition plan where we had financing and a phasing plan. We had the wildlife habitat management plan, the zoning ordinance map and text amendment, and then also the preliminary plat. Now, with regard to the wildlife habitat management plan, we use a lot of the same local consultants that Avamore used, New Dry Creek used, and they really put together a plan that works where we really are hands-off. We're third party to this. They create a committee, they'll be separate. We'll have, I think, one member to be facilitating, but really they'll have a separate bank account to help facilitate any and all mitigations related to habitat and wildlife. Likewise, the zoning ordinance text and map amendment, we really tried to follow the structure of the Ada County Code, but apply things that are unique to Spring Rock, where we have some higher densities, where we have other code requirements, some different ownerships of open spaces and things, all of which are unique to Spring Rock. And so that's where the applicable zoning ordinance map and text amendment apply to Spring Rock. And the preliminary plat, let me touch on that now. As mentioned with staff, there's this map overall, and the red highlighted area is this first phase of the preliminary plat. We have a mix of residential uses. We have some open spaces which we're bringing along. We're not just building houses first. We're actually pretty heavy on the open spaces within this first part of the community. Here's the preliminary plat. So what is included in a financing and phasing plan? So first of all, we'll talk about transportation. Staff had mentioned we've put together a traffic impact study. The third-party reviewer, or the preparer actually, was Kimley Horn. And they go to ACHD and ITD and Compass, and they create a scoping session. They decide what's the scope of this whole, there's like 17 or 18 intersections and off-site roads were all studied. And then reviewed by ACHD by another third-party reviewer. And again, was reviewed and approved by ACHD and ITD. What came of it was some substantial off-site and on-site road improvements, of which we were agreeing to do all of them. Again, you don't build all of them at once, but we build them phased over time. And so as staff had mentioned, there's some frontage improvements we're required to do, some widening, some off-site improvements, all of which we're agreeing to do in this first phase. The sewer, there'll be an on-site sewer treatment facility built by us. Not paid for by anybody else, but built and paid for by us. Water, there was a great discussion by staff, happy to answer the questions on that. But there's an existing network of facility that we're tapping into. It's about a 2-mile long water line and another tap into a second line for looping, of which we'll be installing at our expense. The infrastructure, the easements are there for us to bring the infrastructure in. And both the sewer treatment and the water are planned to be constructed, the start of construction this summer. What will come of that is in addition to the water usage for the homes, is we're trying to minimize the other water, the existing water that we already have with the subsurface water rights. The site does not have any surface water rights. It's all wells. It's been farmed for this site for a long period of time. Most of the wells have a water right dating back to the 60s or even further, and it's been irrigated for a long period of time, and it's all flood irrigated. And so what our plan is to use the reuse water first. It'll be discharged into a 7-acre pond, and then Class A type water approved by DEQ. And that'll be our water first for our irrigation purposes, for pressurized irrigation to the open spaces and to the homes. We'll have conservation landscaping types where we can to minimize that water use. But then where the water is most likely not totally sufficient to water in that way, then we'll use our other wells, the existing water rights on the site as the backup or the supplemental water to meet the needs. So what water we don't use will help recharge the aquifer, in essence, not using it. And secondly, if we have excess water coming into the pond, we'll then have a recharge back into the groundwater per DEQ standards. Let's see here. Gas and electric is off-site, also runs along the frontage, and so we'll have power and gas to the site there. Schools, we've already talked about with CUNA School District and West Ada School District, and school sites as they've requested, set aside and preserved. Emergency services, fire, police, and paramedics, we recognize this has been driven primarily by CUNA Fire District, where they have an existing site. We offered to have one within ours, and they wanted to use the one that they have that's just about 2 miles to the southwest of us. And so we are working with them, and it's going to be one of two things. They offered for us to prepay impact fees, and later they came back and said, well, maybe it's going to be better off actually if us, build the fire station and then just donate it to them. And that's probably what most likely will be the case. And then we'll actually build and expand it. We'll have another bay where there's some existing facility for a separate substation for the Ada County Sheriff to house out of. And then thirdly would be Ada County Paramedics, where they will have an existing bay they can locate into. Now, it's not just the capital cost, but it's also the ongoing expenses as well. So we have arranged with them, they're different numbers based on what they've requested to meet the needs of the initial surge of firemen, for example, or added police sheriff services, whatever that need might be, until, again, the property tax increases take place with the added homes in the community. And lastly, homes. Homes don't come all at once also. They're built out over time, and so as the homes are phased in, commercial will follow shortly after that. We're really trying to lead forward with more open space, not less, on the front end, and so that's all being phased as we go forward. All of these are identified in the financing plan, the phasing transition plans that are presented to you. I was heavily involved in those details, happy to answer the questions you may have on them. But really, it's the developer paid for, leading forward first. We will be charging a hookup fee to the builders to help reimburse a portion of the cost for the sewer treatment, for example. But it's something that we'll be owning, we'll be the owner of, and we'll be partnering with another maintenance company for the maintenance of that, the same entities that have been doing Avamore or Dry Creek as well. So in quick summary, the phasing goals, click through these here. Really, the phasing is based on demand from the agencies, and they dictate the phasing, the timing of which we follow. It helps to ensure that growth is paying its proportionate share along the way. There's significant on-site and off-site improvements of which will be paid for by the developer. We really are striving to support affordable housing in this community. We're not just building all one type of housing. We will make less by doing that, honestly, but we think it's the right thing to do for our community, and we're committed to do that. And lastly, this community will be it'll be sustainable and resilient. It's something we're proud of for the next 20, 30 years to come. So there's a process. I'll just kind of skip through this real quickly, but we did meet with agencies, met with neighbors. There was comments after the fact, follow-up meetings with each of them as well. And there's comments of opposition, support, and neutral, actually. And we appreciate all the comments. We try to integrate where we could, make adjustments where possible. And staff addressed a lot of those comments. I'll just kind of skip through those. We recognize the City of Boise's letter. I even reached out to Tim Keene. No response. He was the author of the letter, the planning director. I've worked with Tim on a couple of other things and wished he'd asked me because I can explain. He just maybe didn't want to talk. I don't know the reasons. But the point is that this is not prime farm ground. We are paying for the services. Yes, if we weren't doing that, absolutely, it's a big burden on the community. But that's not the case. We are widening roads. We are adding infrastructure at our expense to help meet our burden and responsibilities. City of Kuna, we appreciate their comments, how we do complement the Valor community and other subdivisions by Kuna. We are adjacent to their city limits. Likewise, other agencies, we appreciate the partnering comments. Oops, let me skipped ahead, sorry about that. No, we'll just leave it there. Anyway, we appreciate their comments as we work through the whole process. One final comment, just for the record. Here in the Planning and Zoning Commission, when we met last time, 6, 7, 8 months ago, whenever that was, one of the questions from one of the neighbors asked about the traffic impact study and if it includes the background traffic or the planned traffic from the Falcon Crest Valor subdivision. We went back to Compass and ACHD and verified and asked that question. They said yes. All of our traffic impact study does include their numbers. Okay. I think I'm almost there. So last couple comments, as mentioned by the staff, we are requesting 3 changes to the staff report. Really, the reason for that is to have clarity as we move forward. 3 comments are regarding the open space calculations. The second is on the conditions regarding school site. We split it up as more clear and precise regarding CUNA and West Ada. We're still committed to those public schools. We have had a charter school, actually more than one, reach out and say, we're ready now, but we're honoring the prior commitments we gave specifically to CUNA School District. If they're not able to, there's some opportunities for them to opt out. But if they cannot within a limited time frame, then they're not committed also. We will be able to bring in other opportunities for our kids to be educated there. And lastly is the flexibility on future plats, making sure we're not just reducing things. It's holding us tight to restrictions, but making sure we're not reducing open space, making sure we're not decreasing number of lots, but more importantly is that we have a little bit of flexibility as this thing gets built out over 20 years. These are the copies of the conditions. If you want to read through them, staff already had comments there on them. And I think I'm about done with my presentation. So in conclusion, we've put a lot of work in this. We're hired a lot of consultants to try to answer all the questions. We've been actively engaged through the process with agencies, and we respect all the process and the questions been raised to this point. There's been a lot of third-party reviews, including agencies and the staff here at the county. We believe we meet all of Ada County's codes and the requirements. This will be a quality development that's sustainable, that helps meet the affordable housing and a housing mix that's needed in our community today. We agree with the staff report with the 3 requested changes we asked tonight. We ask for your approval tonight, and I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Jorgensen, thank you very much. Any questions of the commissioners for the applicant? Commissioner Wickstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple, thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. You talked twice, you mentioned, or 3 times about affordable housing. How's that going to look, and how are you going to assure that there will be affordable housing there?
I will scroll through my map, and thank you for the question. Actually, what if I can go down? Do it here real quick. Nope, I did not leave it at the top, so I'm going to go back up real quick.
Is there a goal of a percentage or?
Great question. We tried to hold to it, and we really can't because the housing market is just, the interest rates and whatevers are just all over the place. But we have a few builders we're committing to. They're local builders and some regional builders. We're trying not to just sell off to one big national. That's not our plan at all. But we do have, it's primarily through two means. One is housing size and for rent and for sale. And so by doing that, we know we can drive down the cost so that through smaller product type, we can have more affordable housing. That's really kind of the simple answer. We'll have some apartments, we'll have some townhomes, we'll have some for rent and for sale in those townhome section, and then we'll have some traditional housing too. It's just not all townhomes. If I can find to it, I'll get to it here. My map. Too many little simple lines, sorry about this. But we're not able to just straight commit. Well, yeah, we'll go to that section. But generally, there's, do some quick math. It's about 20% of the project. I would say, now, when you say affordable housing is a broad definition, and that's really what's hard about this. The new terminology in today's community is attainable housing. And I don't even know how to define that because that's not even well defined, admittedly. But we look at things like median wage. And really what we're trying to do is help those who are in the community, school teachers, police officers, those who are struggling. My son, who's 25 years old, he lives in the city of Meridian. He's married, he's a tax accountant. He cannot afford to live in the city of Meridian today. And so we're trying to find housing for those types of new people, new buyers, if you will, that they can find a place to get a first step into the first sale, purchase, acquisition of a home. The townhome section would be a great section for him to buy into. And so by doing that, then you can get that first step in and then move up through the chain of the housing acquisition cycle. So by doing a variety of housing type, that's how we're trying to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman,
Please.
two more, maybe two. You explained about the neighborhood meeting that you had and some of the concerns on there. How did people feel when they left that night?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Wickstrom, mixed feelings because of mixed responses. We have people who showed up who are residents in the area who are unopposed. We have some who see it, they see the vision, and they actually are supportive. And there are several who are, of course, opposed. And it didn't matter what I had to say, they didn't like it. So just being honest. We tried to explain this isn't just building houses and we're not doing anything to help with the streets, for example. We're doing quite a bit to help with streets. In fact, I think we're going to be helping intersections at Cloverdale today that without us, those intersections will not get better. In addition to these improvements, oh, by the way, and we explained to the residents, in addition to the over $10 million of street improvements we'll be doing in this project, we're paying over $10 million of impact fees. That will be in addition to our offsite improvements to help alleviate any other plans that ACHD has for the area. So not everyone liked the answers, not everyone likes growth, and we understand that, but those were the answers.
Okay. One more, Mr. Chairman. Just lastly, the big thing for me and for a lot of people is just the transportation thing. You don't have any really good direct access to the freeway, and you can go down Pleasant Valley Road, and you're gonna funnel eventually down the road thousands of people down that one road because Cole doesn't come through and 5 Mile doesn't come through all the way to you. Any thoughts and how would you adjust that condition?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Wickstrom, you're 100% correct, and that's why we're already doing some initial widening of 10 Mile Creek and to Pleasant Valley Road. Sorry, the impact study is really big. But the impact study outlines a phasing of how to approach that. So we believe that probably more than half of the cars will be going down 10 Mile Creek Road to Pleasant Valley, towards Micron, towards the airport, towards the freeway, as you suggested there. And so the reason for the multiple traffic impact studies that ACHD will require is to follow up with required improvements based on the actual distribution of cars as the project gets built out over time. And so if the traffic engineer was wrong, and instead of a 60-40 split one way, it's 40-60 the other, or 70-30, or whatever that is, then whatever those improvements that are required will be done sooner based on the traffic that is brought into the area sooner. And so again, as we have ACHD is requiring, and we're agreeing to this condition, after 350, this is the final platted lot, so it's not even buildable lots. It's just when we have our 350th lot in a final plat. So that's not even building out this whole preliminary plat of the first Area A, if you will. Then we'll have to do another traffic impact study. ACHD will review and approve it and decide if it's warranted to install those additional infrastructure improvements. Again, Cloverdale intersection or widening in that area, or the other direction, 10 Mile Creek, Pleasant Valley and Orchard, and so forth. Again, there was about 17 or 18 intersections and streets that were studied, and each one of them were identified as needing or not needing some level of widening, and it'll be phased over time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yes, on that side first.
All right. Commissioner Colson, Commissioner Scott, do you have questions?
Go ahead.
Mr. Scott.
So I see on your map here, you have some commercial set up in there. Can you tell me about some of the commercial anticipated? I mean, the reason I'm concerned is because between CUNA and really Overland, it's like a commercial void, and we just continue to dump houses and pawn houses in that area without anything. All we have is like an Albertsons at Lake Hazel and what is that, 5 Mile? So can you just tell me kind of how commercial would be implemented in here and how it's not going to just become yet more people transiting just to go to a grocery store and things like that?
And Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Scott, I really appreciate that question. Not many have asked that one, actually. Couple of comments. First of all, Valor, Falcon Crest, has a planned commercial corner. I don't want to say which grocery store it is, but it's big enough that it could be a grocery store. And that'd be on the corner of Cloverdale and CUNA Road. So we think that as far as more larger shopping in that area, we think that's where that'll probably happen. As far as within our community, we have kind of two areas. One is identified by our, I know this is red laser not going to work, so I'll just kind of talk about it. But as you come down 5 Mile, just right to where that roundabout is, and then you turn right to 10 Mile Creek Road, that's where that frontage will have some commercial added. We call that neighborhood commercial. So it could be restaurants or sandwich shops, those types of eateries. It could also be little office pads or those types of neighborhood supporting. It could be a dentist or an insurance office or those type of uses. Likewise, if you continue further down to where the darker brown area is, that's where we have a little higher density of residential where they could actually walk to some other commercial areas. We actually envision a child daycare next to the other school site, for example, or a convenience store, or those types of uses right at that location there. So if someone doesn't have to drive 5 miles to get a gallon of milk, they could just go to somewhere in one of those two locations to get those more urgent needs of bread or milk or eggs, whatever you find at a convenience store. And so that's what we're envisioning there. Further down to the far east, southeast, is where we're envisioning more commercial, but also mini storage. We recognize there's people have boats and trailers and toys, and there's not going to be a lot of big garages for those types of things. Maybe some, but it's really not most. And so we're trying to plan for those types of needs as well. And so ours plus the Falcon Crest Valor's, not just their, I'm sorry, I don't know the size of their, but it's bigger than what we have for a location on their hard corner. Those combined, we think, supplement and complement each other. Theirs is a little more regional in nature, and ours is a little more neighborhood focused. And then lastly, how do you tie together? There's 5 Mile will come down south. It'll continue all the way adjacent to Area B and ties into, in fact, I talked to the developer just last week of Falcon Crest, and they're already negotiating and working on the right-of-way widths and their construction designs, it sounds like, for their preliminary plat for that connection of 5 Miles. So they're a few years ahead of us, admittedly, but we'll get there as quick as we can. And as soon as we get past Area A, then we'll be able to go up the hill and tie into their sections, what our plan is. So then we'll have a secondary interconnectivity to where that will help alleviate. Maybe one final comment for you on trip capture, and staff had mentioned it, but with the commercial uses we have, it's estimated to be just over 17% of our traffic will be retained on site, or what's called trip capture, instead of just dispersing out to Lake Hazel and 5 Mile.
One other question.
Sure.
Separate thing, you talk about sustainability. You talked about recharging aquifers, things like that, and you have plenty of green space. Is there anything else that you're going to be looking at doing that could be fall under the realm of sustainability, so that, again, you have what looks like a pretty good plan here, but we're just trying not to create a bunch of black roofs, like creating like heat zones, things like that. And then-
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Scott, appreciate that. There is a section in the plan community that was visited by this commission earlier and approved by the Board of County Commissioners April or so. Are some things about just that specific thing, EV charging stations and solar panels and those types of things to try to help soften the demand upon the grid, if you will. Likewise, conservation for water, we recognize with landscaping and try to be sensitive in that regard. We respect water as a primary use. And there's just a handful of things like that, but those are things we looked at. Landscaping, certainly we want to encourage landscaping to help canopy and cover up parking areas and streetscapes to help alleviate those zones too. Hope that helps answer the question.
No, that's great. Thank you. That's all.
Anything else? Yeah. Mr. Colson?
So, a couple of questions for you. One is, how many ag wells that are already on the property?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Colson, there are three, two of them in the lower area, one that's on the far east end, adjacent to Cole Road, and then there's one just a little bit further west of it. So there's two in that area, and they all flood irrigate to the west, all the way to the west. And there's a third up in the upper area, in the where it says Area B, on the right side, in that where that little triangle is. That whole area is a sod farm that's been leased out to Cloverdale Nursery, and that's where the third well is.
Okay. So with that, those ag wells have been there years, and knowing I'm pretty familiar and actually really familiar with the area, and knowing those guys when they basically service, like, hey, if they're going to allow another person another well or whatnot, all this is taken into consideration, and obviously these were approved to service this area for ever since they were able to build. And so what I'm seeing here and what you've explained, and I'm just making sure I got this and understand this, they're not even going to be used for drinking water. Your drinking water is coming from Viola 2 miles away. That's basically coming off of 9 different areas and pulling other areas out there. Your water table out there that I know very well is very high in that aspect. So as this gets built out, I see actually you guys using less water than what is really out there now due to all the structures, basically less usage of green grass to cover versus what it is now. And then, I mean, do you guys predict that, it's just a question, of course, that you guys will end up producing probably more water back into the aquifer than you're taking out, than what's being taken out now to water the property? Is that kind of what you guys have all kind of came up with?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Colson, yes, that is the correct way to assess this. You can think of it this way, there's more water coming in through Veolia. If you want to think of it just as a circle, there's just more water coming in. It's going to go through the sewer treatment facility, and we'll use whatever that reuse water is first. And then with the existing water rights we have, with the 3 wells as identified, we'll be using those to supplement to meet the balance of the need for irrigation. So you use the reuse water first, and then whatever's not sufficient there, we'll use the wells. So whatever we're not using, that's just water left over, if you will, in the system. And or if the pond is overflowing, not that it overflows, but it intentionally might fluctuate up and down, we'll have relief valve where it can then discharge water back into the ground. Okay. So we don't see it as a net increase, but our goal really is a net using less water than there is today.
Okay. One other question is the fire station. I mean, when is the infrastructure of that supposedly, or your plan of attack on when that's going in?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Colson, the plan is, as agreed upon by us in the fire district, is upon approval of this preliminary plat, which your recommendation body, but to the Board of County Commissioners, then we are required to start engaging immediately.
Okay.
They will provide the plans to us if we're building it. If not, then prior to our first plat, we have to prepay our impact fees.
So,
Then they have the money to go build it themselves if that's the route they want to go.
I mean, I love what you guys are doing on that part of it, just because everybody out there's a class 9 as far as a fire goes. And once that's put into place, the neighbors are going to get it down to probably a class 3, which is going to drop their fire insurance extremely.
We think it's a positive. Thanks for acknowledging that.
Okay, all right, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott, anything else?
I do have, so, as a product of Gowan, I brought this up the last time, and I have some concerns, and I'm not huge concerns, but Pleasant Valley runs adjacent to the tank trail of Gowan. When they go out for their gunneries, that's a lot of tanks that roll down that street. That's a very limited use road because it services prisons essentially. Has there been any consideration talking to Gowan, and I asked this question last time, and the answer was no, which I understand, but talking to Gowan about an increase, and I believe it was like something between 10 to 15% of traffic, of that being an issue when they're rolling like 55-ton tanks down that area or anything like that?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Scott, we work with the traffic agencies to tell us what that scope is. They're not the only users. We're also worried about gravel truck users too. And so, to your point, that's part of the phasing of the widening of that area. I don't have that specific answer for you now because they're not the only one who used the road. Again, the gravel, there seemed to be more concern from the traffic agencies with the gravel trucks than there was with Gowan. Just sharing with you.
Okay.
Not that that wasn't a concern, there was more concern with the.
No, I understand.
Gravel
It's
trucks.
often an afterthought. I just was kind of wondering, because I asked the question, I drive that into Gowan quite often, and I just know that tanks physically cross portions of the road there, increase traffic. And I'm not saying someone's going to hit a tank. It's pretty hard to run into a tank. I'm just saying that when those happen, it shuts that road down for a period of time.
And
So,
that was part of the widening. I know that, again, the phasing of these improvements, it's not all of it at one time, but part of it is there's some widening that'll occur on Pleasant Valley as well.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Blitman, you had another question.
I do. It's the same questions I asked Mr. Moore, but talk to us a little bit about the Jacob study. And it talks about the costs borne by the other residents and then your response to that.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Blitman, there were a couple things in the Jacobs letter that were admittedly maybe a little vague, so we tried to address them as best we could, and one of them was that specific item right there. We recognize the term paid for by citizens was kind of, what are they talking about? Which additional services? Not all the property taxes that were accounted for in the financial plan were allocated to only those limited services of sheriff and paramedics or whichever. There's weed and pest. There's several other agencies here at the county that do also collect funds that would also be used towards that. So we think that's probably what they're referring to, but more than that is the cost of the borne by the residents. We do plan on charging our residents, the homeowners and the commercial owners of Spring Rock, annual homeowners dues. And they will be paying for the maintenance of a variety of services that are direct to Spring Rock. Now, outside of that, I don't know what else Jacobs was referring to. There's ongoing property taxes that there's hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, frankly, when this is built out, that will be coming into the county. So we think that might have been what they're referring to, but just weren't capturing it in their statements. But we know that based on all the analysis that was done, it appears that those added services through an annual basis and at full build out are paid for.
Thank you. Can you address the floodplain issue
Yeah.
and what you're doing to mitigate flood risk?
Yes, thank you for raising that question, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Blitman. Again, I'll point and talk. If I look at the screen up there, if you look where the pond is on the far northwest corner, just above it, there's a green line that runs diagonally through the project. If you can see that green line that runs all the way through there. And that is where the new channel will be. That's a fairly wide green strip, because it's a pretty big piece of property we're talking about here, but it's actually, so we worked with Ron Manning and Terry Scanlon, there's SPF HDR Water, now Ron's with a third group now, or new group. But we studied not just this corridor, but they also asked, FEMA and Ada County engineer asked that we assess further upstream. and we studied the waters not only all the way up to Blacks Creek Reservoir, but all the way up to Atlanta where it comes out of the mountain. In the event of a significant rain event, in the event of whatever event they asked us to do. And so in the event Blacks Creek Reservoir spills and floods, where does the water go? And so we channeled and modeled that entire thing through there. And that's maybe what this model's coming from, but admittedly, the site's so flat that on a map, it looks like it's covering a pretty big chunk of land. But when you channel it and you dig it down, I think the number is like 6 feet or some distance like that, have a bottom to it, and then slopes back up on top. That's the equivalent to the same amount of water as the long, flat, wide area. So we're channeling this area into a narrow area, so that if there is a flood, it'll run through that channel out to and discharge historically where it may have gone, but frankly, to the pond.
Thank you. And my last question is, this is one of the same questions I asked you when you were here before, the Hubbard Reservoir and what your intentions are with the Hubbard Reservoir. And is there impact fees, park impact fees for the county, or is that not happened yet?
Great question, Mr. Chairman, if I could answer it, and Commissioner Blitman. I heard a couple of questions. I'll speak to impact fees first. Oddly enough, I was given the opportunity, and I serve on Ada County's Park Impact, or the Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee. So I'm a little familiar with what is in place, or maybe more importantly, what's coming. Totally support impact fees. Want that to be very clear here. We understand the need for impact fees for growth to pay for itself. And where it doesn't, then it becomes a burden for agencies to maintain levels of service and the capital improvements that are necessary to maintain levels of service. And so with that, no, there's no Ada County Park impact fee today that I'm aware of. I haven't seen it. We approached Ada County Parks and Rec when this project was first beginning and asked if they would allow us to build all these parks and pathways and trails and give them to the county. And they rejected our offer. So we thought, okay, we'll do it privately. That's part of we're paying ourselves. The homeowner's gonna be paying annual dues, even though it'll be used by the public. We know people come in and use our 30-acre park, for example. Homeowners will be paying annual dues to maintain that. We hope to offset it with other means, but that's a separate discussion. So with that, we have miles, not just the 2.5-mile trail that's along the canal. We'll call it the 10-mile creek pathway. But there's miles of trails scattered throughout the development in addition to that, miles. So we feel like we're probably not putting as nearly as big of a burden as they're maybe afraid that's coming. We don't want to say one car won't be there. But we know that we're building a substantial infrastructure of parks and trails and pathways in Spring Rock for our residents. Having said that, we saw the letter come in after the staff report was prepared. Kind of surprised us admittedly because of the discussion we've had to this point. We're not agreeable to an open-ended condition. That just doesn't make sense. The other thing maybe to share is that with our wildlife habitat mitigation plan, a conservation committee is created, and we've committed to off-site and on-site mitigations, dollars of which we have no control over, at which that committee could then allocate those dollars to the Hubbard Reservoir expansion or maintenance or both, whatever's appropriate there. So that's kind of a long and short answer for your question. We don't have any specific improvements identified. If you want us to help, I don't know what that would be because they didn't tell us what they really want. They don't know what they are headed towards, but we feel like we're doing a lot for not just our residents, but all the residents that live within a few miles of our area will come and benefit from our improvements.
And I'll probably get the opportunity to ask that question again, so.
Sure.
Any other questions by the commissioners? Mr. Jorgensen, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone online that wishes to speak to this?
Chairman, no, we don't have anybody online for this item.
Thank you. So I've got a list of people and who would like to speak. Is there a Linda, is it Mansfeld?
Yeah, and my husband, George.
Linda's here, can we switch it? Can I go first?
Please.
Second, thank you.
Name and address, Mr. Mansfeld.
My name is George Mansfeld. You want microphone, right? My name is George Mansfeld. I live at 9775 West Hubbard Road. So I'm very close to this. I was promised that I'll get 5 minutes. Because of my accent, I asked for a translator. I don't speak as smoothly as the developers here. He said that there was no negative comments. That is absolutely wrong, and that's an absolute pure lie. I have a complaint about intimidation, threats, and extortion that were used in the subdivision approval process. I am an immigrant. I'm struggling with English. I asked for English translation, Czech translation, but I was refused. The 2 meetings I have been to were full of extremely hostile environments, the 2 street meetings, whatever, community meetings, full of microaggression, nativism, xenophobia, and racism on the side of the organizers. This is how the organizers want to force their way. I tried to ask questions about the impact, including the effect of water depletion, the traffic, congestion, and so on. Do I speak? Am I understood here? So it's gonna be like down there? They treated me with aggression. They intimidated me. They mocked my accent right in front of my wife. I cannot do anything. I wish I didn't have an accent. I wish I can speak as nicely as he does. They refused to talk directly to me. They spoke to my wife. I asked a question and they spoke to her because she doesn't have an accent. I was treated, it was total, what's the word for it? Segregation. They treated me as no person. They treated me with aggression, mocked my accent, harassed me, discriminated because of my national origin. I wanted to bring up relevant issues such as water availability, likely traffic congestion, which is supposed to be 5,000 cars on that little tiny road. My wife will tell you about that. And so on. So the developers shut me up during the first meeting I attended to, because of my accent, my national origin. Civil Rights Act of 1964 and other laws means nothing to them. They're using dishonest phrases such as high-density housing instead of affordable housing and so forth. Like I said, they mocked my accent, microaggression, I'm an immigrant. They shut me down by using xenophobic and nativistic supremacy. Then, on the next meeting, they brought 2 sheriff deputies to intimidate me. They used my family trauma, which I have from the police forces. My family members were high governmental officials back in the old country in Europe. And so my family members were sent to German Nazi concentration camp. And then they were sent to communist prison. Myself, the developer knew how to use this to intimidate me with police forces, with sheriff forces. This is a cruelty of incredible proportion. They know how to get their way. The trauma from the Nazi German concentration camp goes for 4 or more generations. So some people know how to use this to intimidate me and others with this trauma. I myself was beaten bloody, tortured, threatened, tied to the ground by the violent communists and by violent communists in uniforms. They know how to scare me. I'm scared to death right now. I'm shaking from stress. We already had a violent trespassers who attacked me. I had to call sheriff many times. We had a broken glass out there. This is just gonna destroy that neighborhood of ours on broken wheel and so forth. The intimidation worked. I was afraid to speak at the second neighborhood meeting. I was quiet as a mouse because I didn't want to get any more harassment from them who stood there under their little tent or whatever. There were sheriff deputies this time, 2 of them. So this is how this mega subdivision, insane mega subdivision is built on Nazi, German, and communist xenophobia, nativism, intimidation, and extortion. But the developers are getting their way with cruel xenophobia, nativism, and supremacy. If this commission allows this to take place, then the subdivision will have a legacy of national discrimination, national origin discrimination, and harassment and racism. There's need to be investigation into the practices and discovery process of what they are doing. Nativists and xenophobes expect immigrants to be quiet. They pretend that they do not understand me. That's what they did. They pretended they don't understand me, and they start talking to my wife. They did it to harass, intimidate, segregate, and silence me. They pretend they don't understand, and they were basically telling me I should shut up. And they did not answer my questions. After the mistreatment during the first neighborhood meeting, I went, this is 3 minutes, I was promised 5 minutes. I went to, and I was by, what was his name, Leon. I went to, and I was too scared and intimidated to speak at the second meeting. I did not want my accent mocked anymore. I did not want to be humiliated. I did not want to be attacked over my national origin. I did not want to be threatened by law enforcement that it placed threats that I would be deported. This is really serious. I was attacked because I'm an immigrant. I am very scared and uncomfortable and miserable to have to stand here and to be here at this podium, but something must be done about this discrimination, xenophobia, nativism, racism, because it hurts me and it hurts others. I am a United States citizen and citizen of the state of Idaho, and my citizens' privileges and immunities should and must be protected and respected. More so in public meeting, neighborhood meetings, and so on. I must have a full protection of the law. If they get away with by bullying and buffaloing us. They defamed and slandered me. I am an immigrant struggling with English, so I'm an easy target. I just wanted to be treated as a human being, even though I'm an immigrant with an accent. Thank you.
Mr. Mansfeld, thank you very much. And for what it's worth, we understood you perfectly well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Mansfeld.
I would like my husband, George, to come up here with me. I would like to request that.
The time is yours, Ms. Mansfeld, so he's already had his time. And would you pull the microphone closer to you so we can hear you better? And please state your name and address.
My name is Linda Mansfeld, address 9775 West Hubbard Road, Kuna, Idaho 83634. And a lot of my concern is water. I don't know, I'm worried about my well, them running my well dry, and a lot of the wells in the area have dropped. And I'm worried about, the amount of water they're gonna use in their irrigation or their toilets or showers or whatever. And I'm just worried about, the water usage and the impact it's gonna have on the wells in our area.
Lita, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you make any negative comments during that meeting there? Because they're saying there was no negative comments.
Yeah, I'm very much opposed to it, and I was bringing up my concerns about water and about traffic, about wildlife.
Did they speak to you instead of me when they answered the questions?
Yes,
Did they ignore me and they spoke to you?
yes.
Mr. Mansfeld, I apologize, but in order to keep this meeting running smoothly, we cannot have you asking questions. So the commissioners can ask questions when they're finished.
I'll give her the notes.
Okay. Yeah, and I have a little problem with the word sustainable that they had up there. I mean, this is World Economic Forum speak, and I'm just a little concerned. This is part of the 15-minute city agenda that the World Economic Forum is imposing on communities all around the world, around the United States. And I think this whole thing is part of the whole, globalist lie. I have a problem with the word affordable housing. I don't know who's going to be moving into our neighborhood. And then also with the traffic, there's tons of traffic going out on Hubbard from Pleasant Valley Road and 10 Mile Creek, and people treat the road like a freeway. And, I've had people tailgate me and yell at me, and I've actually called the sheriff's department to have them patrol that road because somebody was cussing at me and I was going the speed limit and they were on my tail. I'm just worried there's going to be more of that. With all the traffic, people treating Hubbard Road and 10 Mile Creek like a freeway. It's already being treated that way. Let's see. Yeah, and I'm concerned about the wildlife too. I mean,
So before either of you sit down, do the commissioners have any questions for Mr. or Mrs. Mansfeld? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you both very much. I have a Rick Boardman. Name and address, please, Mr. Boardman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Richard Boardman. My wife and I live at 999 Cowhorse Drive in Ada County. We are about a third of a mile to the east of Cloverdale Road, right across from Falcon Crest Golf Course. I particularly want to, and one of my major concerns is about the traffic, But I'm actually going to start off discussing something that I haven't heard, and I've tracked this and been in front of the Board of Commissioners last year, that I'm not sure has been brought out. And I don't think it's really something that is objective that I know you look at. It's more of a subjective, and on some level, it's probably more directed to the developers, one of which happens to be a longtime friend of mine. This development, and I know at least one of the commissioners said they were familiar with the area, is set down in a small valley. It's a beautiful little valley right now. Of course, we all like the aesthetics of cattle grazing on green grass and all that. But to the northeast of this property is what I understand from my professional experience, which I'm now retired from, to be the most productive aggregate source in the Treasure Valley. There's more over towards the west by the river, but this source of aggregate is huge. In fact, about a mile to the southeast of the border of this development, there is a sign that I took a picture of. I can send it to any of you if you haven't driven out there. Property of Ada County Highway District, aggregate source. Gravel crushing and stockpiling operations anticipated through the year 2090. This is very productive stockpiled aggregate, which we know is the basis for the development in this valley. There are hundreds of gravel trucks, literally hundreds of gravel trucks that go down Hubbard Road and 10 Mile Creek Road, much less, I'm sure, up Pleasant Valley Road, although I don't travel that much, to get to these aggregate sources. There are above and beyond ACHD's own site. There are many others. All you have to do is drive up Pleasant Valley Road from Gowan to the prison, and you'll see them all. Now, the question I would say to the developers is, down in this little valley where there's no views of any mountains, why would anybody want to buy a house adjacent to a gravel pit, multiple gravel sources, with all that traffic that is going to go on for years and years? But that's for them. Have I been up here for 4?
It goes fast. Mr. Boardman, can you wrap up, please?
I will. The traffic impact study, Mr. Jorgensen, I'm the one that questioned in front of the commissioners whether or not the traffic impact study included the impact of the Falcon Crest development. He assured me, we had a nice conversation after our meeting in front of the Board of Commissioners meeting, and he assured me that he had told Kimberly Horn that that had to be included. The funny thing I see now, I contacted Compass. They said, we don't know if everything coming out of Falcon Crest in terms of traffic impact in their future, 2,300 homes, in addition to this 2,700 homes, is included in the projections. I then called Ada County, and I got a very quick answer, well, it must be, because there is an Ada County Highway District regulation that says you've got to include everything. What I don't see, and the traffic impact statement, like you folks get exposed to a lot, it's mind-numbing stuff, let's all face it. I don't see anything in that makes reference to anything other than 2021 traffic counts. Whether it was projected, I don't know. And I certainly am not calling Mr. Jorgensen, where he just represented, that it is included in there. But wouldn't you think that Kimberly Horn's June 2023 traffic impact statement would make mention of that? I asked the Board of Commissioners whether that was the case and whether they could question it. Nobody did. I'm still concerned. There's going to be 5,000 new homes within 2 miles radius. I'm sure if you were in my wife and my position, my family's position, 5,000 homes, you would want to make sure that traffic impact statements were accurate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boardman. I have a Is it Joe Furman?
Yeah, I'm good. I just signed in.
Okay. Is there anyone else in attendance that would like to speak to this matter? All right. Mr. Moore, we'll turn time over to you if there's anything else that staff wants to add based on what's been discussed before we ask the applicant to come up for a rebuttal.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I have nothing to add unless Commission has questions.
Okay, any questions? Yes. Commissioner Blitman?
Mr. Boardman had a question about the traffic studies and whether or not we think if that other subdivision was included, and I wondered if the county reviewed any of those and had any thoughts about that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, yeah, the traffic impact study, we rely on ACHD to review those. They have a set standard on what's required to be included in those. And so it's, again, the applicant hired a transportation firm to prepare that, and ACHD staff reviewed it. I know with the first one, ACH staff asked for additional information several times. There's a certain threshold of information they need to approve it, and they determined that the traffic impact study included everything they required. And it was my understanding that it did include the Valor Planned Community. Of course, a lot of that's already been platted, so it definitely include platted lots. But I guess aside from that, we defer to ACHD on the details of a study like that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Moore, just, there's going to be 2 elementary schools in here, and they're estimating about 1,300 students for this project and then these other developments that are around there. Has anybody ever mentioned or looked at what the impact will be on the middle schools and the high schools in the area?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Wickstrom, we did, that was discussed as part of the first phase. Obviously, these the kids would need to, I had that information in the first phase, but the school districts are proposing new schools in the area, but I mean, ultimately, the students would need to be bused to middle school and high school for this development. As more development occurs in the area, there's the CUNA School District, has some more sites proposed a little bit east of here, but nothing imminent or going to be constructed right now. But for the time being, yeah, they would need to be bused to middle schools and high schools.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from staff? Commissioner Colson?
Yeah, and maybe this is a better question for the applicant, but with ACHD, didn't ACHD, as far as monitoring the traffic before each development or each phase of this is going on, I believe it was in there that they have to be remonitored on the traffic studies throughout that process. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Colson, that's correct. As mentioned, before they can receive final plat approval for their 350th lot, so just a little over a half of these residential lots, they'll need to submit an updated traffic impact study to again look at those intersections. And then for each additional preliminary plat, they'll submit in a new updated traffic impact study. So they'll continue to submit updated traffic impact studies as the development progresses.
So it's pretty, to me, it makes sense that even with the other developments, even if these other developments, as they grow, the other developments, and they do impact this study, because Valor or whatever will probably be outbuilt before they are, which means if the traffic does increase, unfortunately, Spring Rock is going to have to make the adjustments based off of Ada County Highway District as that impact. Would that be a safe
And Mr. Chair.
assumption? I'm just trying to, I don't know too much about Valor, but that would mean there'd be more traffic on the road, and these guys are going to have to maintain that according to ACHD. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Colson, that's correct. With each updated traffic impact study, of course, they would take into consideration any new development that's occurred or been preliminary approved. As that'll include Valor Planned Community, potentially those other planned communities in Boise that are just over a mile away. So yeah, each updated impact study would take into account the
Okay,
new development.
thank you. Thank you, staff.
Any further questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner Scott?
Yes, I just have a question on so is there something like similar to the triggers for traffic in place for water? Like, or is this just a one and done, we're good to go? We think we're good and we rely on the expertise of those people that do that? Or is there like, hey, we got to recheck this here after we build the first phase, or we got to make sure that, and I'm not sure even if there's going to be any impact with the first phase. I'm just wondering if there's something like that in place.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Stott, there's nothing similar to the traffic impact studies. With the potable water, again, it'll be up to Veolia, Idaho Department of Water Resources, potentially Public Utility Commission. Veolia will have to approve the water for each phase, but they have indicated they have enough to serve the entire development, and there's additional water they can draw. So there won't be additional steps, but up to Veolia on the potable water.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Commissioner Blitman?
Mr. Moore, when it comes time for us to do a motion to either approve, table, or deny this project, if we have a motion to approve the project, does the staff want us to include those adjustments that you noted in your presentation?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, that's correct. Staff would recommend those 3 modifications to the conditions of approval be included as part of the motion if staff recommends approval.
So if we were to do that, do we have to specifically say, because I don't remember all those 3 conditions, so we're going to need you to put that up at that point if that's,
The commission, correct me if I'm wrong, could just say as presented by staff.
Chairman, you could take the easy way out and not read verbatim Brent's slides.
I like that.
But if you'd like to read Brent's slides, we can get those up available for you as
okay.
well.
I like the generality that we could do something informal, so thank you.
Any further questions of the commissioners? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to piggyback off of Commissioner Colson's question. If in the future, if ACHC is doing their survey on a later phase and find out that traffic is just out of control, what do you see as the effect on the developer, or what are the steps that would take place?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Wickstrom, they could require additional off-site improvements, so we went over the ones they're requiring at this point, those road widenings, turn lanes. So if traffic increases, they could just require additional off-site mitigations, like maybe other intersections, they'd require signals or turn lanes. So,
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Mr. Moore, thank you very much. Mr. Jorgensen will offer you an opportunity to come forward and offer a rebuttal.
Good evening, Commissioners. Again, Dave Jorgensen for the record. I'll just speak to my reputation. I'm kind of shaking a little bit here. I've been developing the Valley for over 25 years. You can ask anybody. As I speak to you today, that's how I speak to people. I'll just leave it at that. As far as comments or concerns, I did say that there were negative comments. I did not say there were no negative comments. I think we've addressed and heard some of them tonight. I've heard very clearly some of the comments about traffic, wildlife, housing. Wildlife specifically, we've already stated there's a conservation committee will be in place. Third party, not in our control, and they will ensure that all mitigations are treated, both on-site and off-site. Likewise with traffic. I maybe want to take a step back and share how that process works. In a traffic impact study, they study a variety of things. They asked us to even complicate it further. They look at existing traffic, they look at what's called background traffic, which is all approved development, and then they look at the impacts of this development after you take in consideration existing and approved development. And so I did go to Compass, I went to ACHD both, and I have an email that was submitted a while ago, but we can dig it out if you need to. It almost doesn't matter because we have to do it again in 350 lots. We have to redo all the traffic counts. We have to redo the studies, which will again include all approved development. And so that's how that works. So new traffic counts, if they're not fresh, will have to be redone as required by ACHD. So we have that condition in the staff report, very clearly identified, and that's for this preliminary plat. This preliminary plat only covers about 600 residential units, not the whole entire project. When we come back to you for Area B or Area C and D, we'll do it again. And so we have numerous redo of the traffic impact study to ensure that whatever those off-site improvements are required, as stated by staff, widening of Cloverdale intersections at, you pick it, Columbia, whatever, Hubbard, of course, or go the other direction, as identified earlier as well. The phasing of those improvements will be burdened upon this development to do. If we don't do them, we don't move forward. ACHD will not approve our project, assign more lots, so we're stuck. So we're obligated to do those improvements. I recognize the comments about, let's see here, monitoring existing wells. I appreciate the recognition. We have a conditional approval in the staff report as required by the county engineer to ensure we monitor an existing well on site. I don't want to say it's a guarantee, but it's a monitoring. It's more data to help and give that assurance. But what the math is telling us and what the high level look is, we're not drilling new wells to the site. We're not drilling new wells to take out more water out of this finite resource, but rather using, and let me take a step back. Veolia had already identified this area as a planning area. We were in their certificated planning area with Department of Water Resources years ago. So they already planned on serving this area with existing water rights years ago. We're just utilizing that infrastructure, bringing in a water line to tie in for consistency as they're requiring. So that capacity is there. Reading through my notes, I don't know if I have any other further comments, other than we appreciate your time. We know there's a lot to discuss. I will answer any of the questions you have. That's really been our approach, to seek to listen, to answer those questions. But bottom line, we do ask for your approval, your recommendation for approval tonight, with the 3 requested changes as noted to bring further clarity as the project rolls forward. And I'll stand for any questions.
Are there any questions for the Commissioner Blebman?
I was just going to ask you to make a comment about putting this wonderful project beside all those gravel pits that are out there. And there are a lot.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Blibman, that's why I made the comment earlier to Commissioner Scott. We acknowledge, and that's why we're putting in a roundabout, and that's why we're doing some widening on the first phase, not waiting until 300 homes are built. We're doing initial widening of that 10 Mile Creek Road because we know that there's gravel trucks, there's cars, and there's bikers that enjoy traveling through there. And so we're trying to improve the safety of that on the front end as opposed to waiting for more houses to even pay for it. So we're leading forward to try to do some safety measures there.
Any further questions of the commissioners?
One more, please.
Commissioner Wickstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just brief, just kind of, it helps to see, get a time frame. I know you build out by 2040. Your phase 1 and then the time it takes to prep the ground and all that. So you're looking at 100 houses, 120 houses a year maybe that you're going to sell. And then a year and a half, 2 years to prep the ground.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman, if I could, and address Mr. Wickstrom, Commissioner Wickstrom. Area A, well, back up, to answer your question, we plan on starting construction in the summer, but it's not a quick build. We won't have our first start of homes in 2025, probably. There's going to be a lot of time to build that sewer treatment, and paving will be the early spring of 2025, I'm guessing. So the first resident would be the end of 2025. It's just kind of a guess there. Because of the mix of housing, the absorptions will be quicker than if it was just only one type of housing. If you have 3 different types of housing, you tend to get 2 to 3 times faster absorption in the build-out. And so you might think of it this way: about every 4 to 5 years, we'll bring another preliminary plat to you. Recognizing the second one might come a little quicker behind the first one, just because of the timing and the phasing of that. But then as we get that second preliminary plat behind, maybe 3 years from now, then about every 4 or 5 years later, we'll have another one coming behind. So I do believe it's approximately 100, 200, some years could be 300 homes in a year. But it's about a 20-year build-out. I don't know where interest rates are going to be tomorrow. If I knew, I'd be a little stronger my analysis. I can tell you that we built in 2 housing recessions into our model. And so we're anticipating slowdown cycles throughout as well.
But initially, your first phase is 355 homes. It look the majority single family.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Wickstrom, actually there's more than that. There's about 355 single-family detached homes, plus a couple hundred of the townhomes. So it's a total of about 597
In phase 1.
residential homes in the first preliminary plat. That'll be broken up into maybe, I'm going to make a guess here, 5 final plats. I don't know what that is yet. We'll figure that out. but each of those could be 50 to 100 or 125 lots per final plat.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from the commissioners? All right. Mr. Jurgensen, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks again.
All right, we are now ready to close the public testimony portion of this meeting, and I will look for a motion either for or against this project, after which we will have a discussion by the commissioners. So, a motion one way or the other. Going once.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wickstrom.
based on the finding of fact conclusions of law contained herein, the commission recommends approval of project 2022-0476-PC-ZOA-ZC-DA-S with the three modifications presented by staff to the conditions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wickstrom. Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion has been made and seconded. Commissioner Wickstrom, would you like to speak in favor of your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go through the pluses first. I think if this is maybe something along the lines of Harris Ranch or some other master plan community, I think it'll be very nice. I like the idea that they have their own sewer system that they're taking care of. They're going to be using wastewater to help with their irrigation. They've thought about a lot of things. They've had the agreements with fire, sheriff, and paramedics. I like the idea that every phase that they have, there's going to have to be a traffic impact study, and that's one of the big concerns is what is the traffic going to be like in that area, and it's going to change over time with those other developments. So if there is a problem down the road, hopefully that they'll be required to make other improvements outside the project. I like that they have the schools there, and they are also contributing a lot of their own money to develop the different services that are going to be needed down there. And I think, as it's been said, that nobody likes change, and this is going to affect a lot of people. And hopefully, as the infrastructure catches up to the number of homes out there, that things will get better and things will work out. And this project, along with the other ones out there, will help this area. I've always thought that it's better to have development out in this area where there's not a lot of good farmland that's being torn up and having houses on it. This is more pasture land, not the high-quality ag land that we see get lost every day. And so I would go to approve this application.
Thank you, Commissioner Wickstrom. Mr. Colson, do you want to speak to this, or?
Yeah.
Other commissioners?
I think it's a great project. I live out in the area, and I don't want growth as much either, but I think it accommodates every aspect of it. I like how it is taking everybody into consideration. It's, commercial, it's schools, it's a park, it's got lower housing price, affordable housing. It is a very vague area, especially right now, on what affordable housing is. But looking at the townhomes and that type of stuff, that's what it's coming to get to that affordable housing. And all the way to the broad spectrum of things. I think it's really great for the community. Bringing in the firehouse is not only going to help them, but it's going to help everybody in the community in itself by lowering their fire insurance and that out there. I love how they've taken everything into consideration and even taken their sewer treatment plants and turned it into water that they can put back into the aquifer. I think they've, in my opinion, dotted all their I's and crossed all their T's and took everybody into consideration as much as they possibly can in this development.
Thank you, Commissioner Colson. Anything else from any of the other commissioners by way of discussion? I will just mention that I have driven Cloverdale Road and Pleasant Valley Road for the past 15 years, going from far southwest Ada County to an office on Park Center Boulevard. And I share some of the same concerns that were raised by Mr. Boardman and by others with respect to the traffic flow, Pleasant Valley especially, with all the gravel trucks that come through there. I mean, and then when you make that turn coming from the north going southbound on Pleasant Valley down onto 10 Mile Creek Road, it's a sharp turn just after you crest that hill. And so I wonder how that's going to all work out. But I'm inclined to trust ACHD and believe that they will reason it through and not allow anything to go in that would pose a danger to the public. And so therefore, I will be supporting it. Any other questions, comments? If not, Commissioner Blitman, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna make the comment that when a big development comes in, ACHD does the traffic studies, and then they do these traffic improvements ahead of time, which doesn't happen if there were 10 developers, each developing a little slice of it. And so I live near the corner of Locust Grove and Columbia, which is one of the intersections that all the gravel trucks roll through that's not located right there. And I just know that that whole area needs a lot of traffic upgrades. And this is one way to get those upgrades sooner versus waiting for the fees to be collected and then made. So,
Thank you.
and then the second point I'd like to make is that there's a lot of commercial being built south of there in the city of Cuna's area of impact with the big employers. And there's going to be employment south of this subdivision for people to work. So they're not all going to be driving north to work.
Thank you very much. I think we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. We very much appreciate the time of the applicant and those who have come here to testify this evening. Thank you. All right, we are now ready for our next project, which is number 202-301-250-S-PR. That's BNS Investments. And we'll turn the time over to Mr. Danielson.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask for some expert assistance, I can't get
Yes.
my screen to go back.
Yeah, the Control Z is,
Shift
or
plus
Shift Z
Z
is broken. It's
not-
broken on
It's
some
not
of the,
working.
Sorry, what are we looking at?
the Shift Z is broken on
I'm
this.
having trouble with this mouse. It's not.
I just moved seats.
Yeah, it was having issues. Yeah, sometimes it was just disappearing, I'm not sure why.
The good old days where we had the little
I know, I had a
buttons.
little button I used to push twice, and now I can't do that.
Oh, it wants Shift Z.
Yeah, the Shift Z's
Shift Z is
broken
not
on
working to
across
get
the
us.
board.
Get us back.
Wonder if it's,
No.
Control
I'm
Shift
good,
Escape.
but. Oh, yeah, see, now that's just,
No, that's just the change.
that's just a screen up there, so it won't let you shift.
What if you hit Control Shift Escape, it'll to push it into the task manager? See if it, I haven't
thought it
gone
was
back, but
magic,
since I
but
saw the issues, I decided I'm not going to go back. So,
It's like everything's just gonna fall off.
yeah, it looks like it's
Luke, do
stuck
you
on
know
that
anything about
input.
Sorry, we'll take a
We're gonna take
quick
a,
break. We're having some, what's going on?
Technical difficulties?
Yes.
Shift
Can't
Z
get this,
is not working.
yeah, can't get the screen to switch back over. It's right now, it's on the monitor, and to switch back over, it doesn't.
Shift plus E to switch.
Full disclosure, I don't even know what Shift Z does, guys, so. Well, it's supposed to switch.
It worked the
Yes.
first time.
what if you
It
turn,
did, it went over to it.
these monitors turn off and on?
Switch the top of
Yeah,
it.
they got shiny new monitors.
Yeah, you got new monitors.
Oh, and Shift Z, it's right on
Yeah,
the
it
screen.
says
See,
Shift Z to
that's,
switch inputs.
you guys sound so smart, you've got notes.
What if you pull the input real quick and?
It used to be tech support for that. So you should be solving this problem.
Jump on it. The previous line.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a 5-minute recess?
You know,
Okay.
we can if you wish. What I thought we would do is break at 8 o'clock. If they can get this working quickly, before 8 o'clock, we could get another applicant on their way and out of here. But whatever you want to do.
So you guys can still navigate.
if you need a break.
so I just moved over to this one, so I can.
Yeah, this thing still works. It's just when you switch, it looks like when you switch to the big screen, it locks it out.
I
of the
gotcha.
screen.
Well, I guess if we can kind of make it work.
It just means
I'm
I
good, I just.
don't have to do any motions, so the people that have to, other stuff have to do the motions.
So you want to see that on here?
Yeah, that's all, it is fine, I'm fine, it's, I can get by, I think,
Yeah,
Commissioner Wickstrom, you
just
have
by moving the
access.
chair.
We're gonna lean heavy on you for motions.
Well, that might work.
don't do that, because you can't come back.
Well,
Can't come back.
there's controls in the back and you can switch it over the input that way.
Okay,
there any
alright,
other ones?
so, no, yep, I just won't, I won't switch to the big screen.
I bet you.
Oh, no, we have.
So what did you do? Just shift
Block
Z?
out the li- Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
makes
it
sense,
won't go back. It's
makes
like-
sense, I wasn't,
Yeah, that makes
Here.
sense.
And if you go to
Kind of feels like a parks
input over there,
I feel like
and then switch it over.
this wouldn't happen in Canyon County.
It's on after the hearing.
So,
I gotta sign on.
Well, we don't have to sign it.
Yeah, that's what I think happened is that
Type in here.
because we were watching so
Hearing.
long, their
Hearing.
computers locked out.
Capitals.
And you can't shift it back.
So you gotta log
He's
back
not
in
gonna
and
lock
then,
them.
okay.
now I can tell you, I'm never going to be able to do that again. That looked like magic to me.
If it happens, I can help. It's just switching the inputs.
I can push buttons, I just don't know what they do.
Okay, if you type in here.
Can I ask by a show of hands, how many people here in attendance are here to speak to this particular project, BNS Investments? Looks like one. Okay, because we will take a short break at 8 o'clock, but we think we can probably get through this one and let at least some persons on their way, so we can go from there. All right, if we're ready to go, Mr. Danielson, we'll turn our time over to you.
So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2023-01250S-PR is a preliminary plat and a private road for a 3-lot subdivision. The property contains 30.37 acres and is located at 6001 West Hubbard Road. The property is west of Kuna and just east of the Ada-Canyon County line. The subdivision will consist of 3 lots. Lot 1 will consist of approximately 10 acres, and lots 2 and 3 will consist of approximately 10.19 acres each. The applicant has also applied for a private road, and all 3 lots will take frontage and access from the proposed private road. And you can kind of see here with the private road, it kind of comes off here on Hubbard Road, and it goes down here and here to provide the access to the 3 lots. There is a single-family dwelling and agricultural structure that was recently constructed on the property, and this is going to be on Lot 2, and this is the existing shop right here in the existing home. The subdivision complies with Chapter 8-6 of the Ada County Code since the proposed lots comply with the dimensional standards for the rural residential district. The subdivision is also in compliance with the CUNA Comprehensive Plan as adopted by Ada County, as it complies with the agriculture future land use designation, as the proposed lots are conducive to small-scale agricultural use. It should be noted that the subject property is located within the Ada Canyon Nitrate Priority Area, and this priority area covers a large area of southwest Ada County as well as southeast Canyon County, extending from Boise to Napa and Meridian to Melba. Groundwater with nitrates can be treated through reverse osmosis, distillation, and ion exchange systems. There have been no neighbor comments on this application. The CUNA Fire District stated that they can support approval of the subdivision, and they mentioned that primary roadway design shall include compliance with the 2018 International Fire Code Appendix D and International Fire Code 503.2. The Ada County Highway District responded that the development is estimated to generate 19 additional vehicle trips per day, 9 existing, and 2 additional vehicle trips per hour in the PM peak hour with 1 existing, based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual 11th edition. The PM peak hour traffic count on Hubbard Road is 12, which is better than the PM peak hour level of service E. Staff finds that this application complies with the Ada County Code and the Ada County Comprehensive Plan and recommends approval to the Commission and this presentation will be exhibit number 33 for the record, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Danielson. Are there any questions of the commissioners for staff? The answer being no, well, thank you. And Ms. Hopkins, if you would come forward, state your name and address.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Stephanie Hopkins with KM Engineering. I'm here representing the property owner. My address is 5725 North Discovery Way in Boise. Staff covered our request really well. I will add one thing if you want to go kind of in the slides a little bit. This is where it is. This is our original preliminary plat that we submitted with the application. When the application was transmitted out to ACHD, they had a requirement to dedicate an additional 39 feet. So we did revise the preliminary plat to include 39 feet along Hubbard Road. So that cut into the northernmost lot a little bit and brought it down below the 10-acre minimum for the RR district. But as part of Ada County's ordinance for, I think it's a governmental action, we're allowed to go below the 10-acre minimum. So the revised preliminary plat is the next slide. And it's functioning the same, just a little bit smaller. So still accessed off of a private road coming from Hubbard. There's an existing home. If you go to the next slide, some colors to look at. There's an existing home, some animal paddocks, an existing well, septic system, and other facilities that were constructed recently with the home that's at the southeast corner of the property. So I'll keep it brief because I know you have other items to talk about tonight, and I'll stand for questions if you have them. We're in agreement with the staff report and the conditions of approval. So thank you.
Any questions of the applicant?
I just would
Commissioner Blutman.
ask at your neighborhood meeting, did anybody come and did they have any comments? And what kinds of questions did they have?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, yes, we actually had, I think, 6 to 7 neighbors come. We held it out at the site, so folks kind of just walked over and they were just curious what was going on. They were excited that it was just going to be 10-acre minimum lots. They were concerned that it could be something more dense. So the property owner is partnered with, I think it's a business partner of his, and he's actually he purchased the lot to the west, and so they're going to situate next to each other, and then they actually don't have someone that's going to buy the third lot that they know of, so it's probably going to be vacant for a while. So neighbors were satisfied with our plan.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, the applicant's presentation will be exhibit number 34.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? And there is nobody online or in the room that wishes to testify, correct?
Mr. Chairman, we have nobody online.
All right. That being the case, unless the applicant wishes to come back again, we will call for a motion and then we'll discuss it. Yes, Commissioner Scott.
Based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, I recommend the commission approves project 202301250S-PR to the board, subject to the conditions of approval. Attaches Exhibit A and the preliminary plat dated June 30th, 2023.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. A motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Blitman has seconded the motion.
Mr. Chairman, so
Yes.
is that June 30th, is that the newest plat, or is there a more recent one than that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Wickstrom, so there is the new one that the applicant, just kind of brought up. And so you may, in your motion, just say the preliminary plat that was presented at the public hearing this evening, and then that would address the public hearing that the applicant just presented to you.
Commissioner Scott, would you like to so amend your motion?
Yes, I'll amend it to state that the dated,
Revised plat.
what's that?
The
To
revised.
To the revised plat as discussed in the meeting today.
And I'll second that motion.
All right. Motion has been made and seconded. Commissioner Scott, you want to speak to the motion?
Not really, it's pretty
We're good?
straightforward.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, looks like we're ready for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. I also say aye. Any opposed? All right, Ms. Hopkins, I bet you wish we would have let you go first, huh? We will take a very short break. We will reconvene here at 8 o'clock, which is about 7 minutes from now. project is project number 202-301-358-CU-MSP. This is Viola Water Idaho, Inc. Mr. Danielson, we'll turn our time over to you for the
Mr.
Staff
Chairman
presentation.
and Commissioners, project number 2023-01358 CU-MSP is a conditional use and master site plan application for Veolia's Columbia Take Number 2 project, which includes a water storage tank, inlet and outlet transmission lines, control building, and an overflow line and pond. The property contains 160 acres and is located off East Freight Street, west of Eisman Road interchange. The project is located just within a small portion of the property, and the area where the property is located is highlighted by the white triangle. And then just to the west of the white triangle is the existing Columbia number 1 water tank there. Proposed improvements to this project include constructing a 6.7 million gallon storage tank, 24-inch inlet-outlet transmission line, 15-inch diameter overflow line, and approximately 420 square foot control building and a 1 million gallon overflow pond. The project will connect to Veola's existing transmission line and will increase water storage and delivery capabilities based on the 50-year projected population forecast. The proposed tank is at an elevation that maintains appropriate pressure levels in the existing distribution system. The facility will operate 24/7, and there'll be 1 employee visit per day for maintenance. The applicant has requested approval of an alternative landscape plan. The alternative landscape plan shows that the north, south, and east perimeter of the facility will be planned with 2 types of coniferous trees, along with shrubs. In addition, there'll be a rock mulch placed in the landscaped area, along with a pollinator meadow seed mix. Staff finds that the alternative landscape plan is justified as the tower is in a secluded location and is not visible from the public roadway. You can kind of see on the photo on the screen, I've kind of highlighted where the proposed tower will be and where the existing tower will be. And just from Freight Street, you can't even see the existing tower, from the access point to the site. There were no comments from the public on this application. None of the agencies that have replied to the application have raised any objections to it. The applicant did make a requested change to condition of approval number 16. This condition states that the applicant and/or owner shall comply with the DAPA 58-01-01 rules for the control of air pollution by controlling fugitive dust as required by the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. The applicant shall have a fugitive dust plan on site. The applicant is wanting to remove the provision that a fugitive dust plan be on site. In discussing this with the applicant, staff asked him to provide us with a written explanation that we could review with the associate county engineer, and his explanation is exhibit number 31. The applicant, in his explanation, stated that they will have a section in their construction specifications requiring the contractor to prepare a stormwater pollution prevention plan that will contain requirements for dust abatement per DAPA 58-01-01. The EPA's stormwater pollution prevention plan guidance requires measures for dust abatement, and they prefer to have one document, the stormwater pollution prevention plan, that addresses both dust abatement and stormwater controls. Hence, the fugitive dust plan is incorporated as part of the stormwater pollution prevention plan. Staff reviewed this proposal with the associate county engineer, and he found this proposal to be acceptable. Staff is supportive of the modification to condition of approval number 16. Staff finds that this application complies with the A County Code and recommends approval to the commission as set out in the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. And this presentation will be exhibit number 33, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Danielson. So I gather when a motion is made, that if a motion is made to approve, it will be with that condition.
That is
change
correct.
That is being made. All right. Any questions for staff by the commissioners? All right, Mr. Danielson, thank you very much. We have 2 people listed for the applicant. We've got a Russell Brooks and a Brandon Keller. Is there one individual that's going to speak on behalf of this?
Yes.
Okay, if you would come forward and give your name and address, please.
My name's Russell Brooks, 4112 North Julian Way in Boise, Idaho. And I'm a senior project engineer for VOA Water, and I've been overseeing this project. And then I brought along with me Brandon Keller with Keller and Associates. They're our consultant who's done the design of the tank. And what staff had mentioned, I agree with all of that thing. And this kind of goes back to, there was a question earlier about Veolia and, how do we maintain our water supplies? How do we know these things? And IDAPA code requires that water systems submit a master water plan to DEQ every 5 years. And so every 5 years, we're looking at growth rates, we're looking at demands, all of those things. We put them together and we come up with a capital improvement list. And this project here was a main one on the capital improvement list. We're seeing that we needed more water for the airport area, the industrial areas that you've seen grow along Gowan and all of that. And so that's what this project is about, is bringing that part of the system up. It's going to provide fire flow, increased fire flow for those facilities. It's going to bring more water for peaking and demands in the area, and that's the purpose.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Blitman?
I'll just ask if you, at the public hearing, did people show up and did they have anything to say? I mean, there's not a lot of people around there.
Right. Yes, Commissioner Blitman and Chairman. We had one gentleman that was the property owner behind of the development that showed up. And he already was aware of the project because when we asked for easement land in that area, he was advised that we were coming to ask for the water tank. It's not on his property, but he's directly to the south. So he was the one gentleman that showed up and really just asked what the project was about. He had pushed for landscaping around the tank. That's why you see the landscaping around the tank. Whereas we have an existing tank directly to the west that's just sagebrush and nothing around it. But I think his words were, he was there to make sure we were, upholding our part of the bargain and we were going to put in the landscaping. So that was the one person.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, rather than have you sit down, we'll just ask, any further questions for Mr. Danielson?
No, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, of the commissioners, for Mr. Danielson, I'm sorry.
He's like, I don't have
You're
any
free
questions.
to ask questions of us, if you like. Okay, so if there are none, then I think we're good. So thank you very much. So nobody here in public to testify against or for or against the project other than the applicant, so I think we're ready for a motion one way or the other. So we should have a motion.
Based upon the findings of fact, conclusions of law contained herein and testimony from the public hearing, I recommend the commission approves project 2023-01358 CU-MSP, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A, and the master site plan stamped, on June 28th, 2023.
And
As well as the additional changes discussed in this meeting.
Condition number 16.
Yeah, condition number 6.
I'll second
motion
it.
has been made, a second. Commissioner Colson has seconded. Commissioner Scott, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Other than, I just like that they're landscaping it. It's going to be a nice little island of landscape in the middle of nowhere. So other than that, it's pretty straightforward again. So
Any other discussion? All right, we're ready for a motion. All those in favor, please say, are ready for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. Any opposed? By nay? All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and patience. Our next project is 202-301-495-ZC-DA-V-AC. That is Eric Haas. Mr. Danielson, you're still up, so I'll turn the time to you.
Here. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2023-01495 ZC-DA-V-AC is a zone change from the Rural Urban Transition District to the State Residential District, a development agreement variance and accessory use with the construction of a secondary dwelling in an accessory structure that is greater than 1,500 square feet. The property contains 1 acre, is located at 2022-25 North Lanewood Road. The property is located in the Eagle area, north of Flowing Feather Road and west of Linder Road. The applicant has requested to rezone 1 acre from the Rural Urban Transition District to the State Residential District. The future land use map of the Eagle Comprehensive Plan, as adopted by A County, designates the site as Residential 2, which is primarily intended for single-family residential development at densities of up to 1 dwelling unit per acre, which is compatible with the comprehensive plan. The subject property is a legal non-conforming property and that does not comply with the minimum parcel size of 5 acres for the Rural Urban Transition District. The property is 1 acre in size, which is the minimum lot size for the State Residential District. The applicant has requested to rezone the property to the R1 district because the interior side property line setback is 10 feet in the State Residential District, whereas is 25 feet in the Rural Urban Transition District. Rezoning the property to the State Residential District would allow them to build closer to the interior side property lines. And basically, the interior side property lines would be like the northern property line here and then the southern property line here. The rezone is conducive to the existing situation of the property as residential subdivisions have been developed on 3 sides of the subject property. The adjacent residential lots range in size from a little more than 1/4 of an acre to less than 1/2 an acre. In addition, the property can connect to the Eagle Sewer District. The adjacent zoning districts allow 2 and 3 dwelling units per acre. So if we look at the map here, we see an R2, and what that means is that's basically 2 dwelling units to an acre in this zoning district to the north, and then to the south and to the west, it says R3, and that would basically mean 3 dwelling units to an acre in that zoning district. The applicant has applied for an accessory use application to construct a 1,200 square foot secondary dwelling within a 2,800 square foot accessory structure. And then I've highlighted on the screen here kind of the location of the secondary dwelling. So the secondary dwelling is located near Lanewood, kind of in the northeast corner of the property. And then they are planning eventually on building a single-family dwelling that's closer to Montage Court, which would be in the southwest portion of the property. The secondary dwelling will house the property owner's parents, and then the rest of the accessory structure will consist of a shop and garage space. The proposed secondary dwelling is 1,200 square feet, which currently exceeds the maximum allowable footprint of 900 square feet that is currently allowed for a secondary dwelling. The applicant has applied for variance to allow for the secondary dwelling to exceed the maximum allowable footprint of 900 square feet. The variances are heard by the Board of County Commissioners, and so the Board of County Commissioners will make the decision on the variance aspect of this project at their public hearing. If the project is fully approved, the applicant will need to revise their site plan so that the structure complies with the 30-foot setback for a property line adjacent to a collector street, as Lanewood is a collector street. Since the staff report was published, a few neighbors have contacted staff expressing concerns about the project. There seems to be some miscommunication regarding kind of what is getting built. It appears to me that the neighbors want more specifics of what is going to be built on the property. They want to know the architectural style and height of the buildings that the applicant's proposing. Another concern that was expressed in the written comments is that the neighbors do not want the property to take access from Montage Court. It should be noted that the average single-family residence only generates 10 vehicle trips per day, which will not cause an undue burden on the existing residential streets within that subdivision that's to the west of the subject property. Ultimately, it is according to the site plan, the yet to be built primary dwelling will take access from Montage Court, whereas the secondary dwelling will take access from Lanewood. The streets within the subdivision are owned and maintained by the Ada County Highway District, which means that every property owner within the county is paying to maintain Montage Court and the other streets within that neighborhood. In addition, the Ada County Highway District, ultimately it is up to the Ada County Highway District to approve of the point of accesses for the property. In addition, the Ada County Highway District right-of-way abuts the subject property as shown on the map here. And also, it's also shown on the Lilac Springs number 2 subdivision plat that the right-of-way abuts the subject property. When Montage Court was constructed, a driveway apron was constructed at the end of the cul-de-sac to the subject property as shown in the photo here. A building permit for a principal permitted dwelling was submitted a few months ago by a previous property owner. In talking with the applicant after the staff report was published, I learned that the current property owners are no longer going to build to those plans, but we'll be submitting new building plans for the principally permitted dwelling that they would like to build on the property. So on page 2 of the draft findings of fact, there's a couple of changes that need to be made. So on page 2, where it says the existing structure section needs to be changed to none. And then on the finding on page 9 of the draft findings of fact needs to be updated to say that the commission finds that the accessory structure has been included in the coverage calculations for the subject property. The 2,800 square foot footprint of the accessory structure along with the proposed 5,000 square foot footprint of the proposed principal permitted dwelling does not exceed 8,712 square feet. There are no agencies that have replied to this application that have raised objections to the application. Staff concludes that the zoning ordinance map amendment and development agreement complies with the Ada County Code and recommends approval of these applications to the commission. However, staff concludes that the accessory use application does not comply with the Ada County Code as the proposed secondary dwelling exceeds the allowable footprint of 900 square feet and therefore recommends denial of the accessory use application. This presentation will be exhibit number 35, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Danielson. Do the commissioners have any questions for staff? Commissioner Blitman?
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, we're not voting on the accessory unit, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, so you're voting on all the applications with the exception of the variance application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Formulate my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Danielson, when there's no mention of the casita at all and throughout this whole report, and it's a 1,500-foot structure with a garage, does that come into play as far as into this 8,712 square feet calculation?
So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Wickstrom, so with the casita, the applicant would need to apply for that under a separate application. So kind of when I was doing the math, obviously writing the draft findings of fact, I had noticed that too, that the casita will eventually go over the maximum lot coverage. So when they apply for the casita structure, they would either need to reduce the square footage of the accessory structure that would have the casita, or they'll have to apply for a variance, and that would have to go in front of the Board of County Commissioners for them to exceed the maximum lot coverage that's allowed in the R1 district.
Thank you. And then just one last question. So it's gonna be an R1, not that R2, a residential 2 zoning it's on the future land use. We're looking at it as an R1.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
Commissioner Birch?
Yes, Commissioner Colson.
So you guys are good with everything on this application except for them going over the minimum 900 square feet on the secondary dwelling. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Colson, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question, just by way of, I'm done. Just by way of clarification, so there is a 2,800 square foot building. Of that 2,800, 1,200 is living space, 800 is garage, and another 800 is shop, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what would be the purpose of the shop?
So, Mr. Chairman, a lot of times, especially in unincorporated county, a lot of folks like to have, shops either for woodworking or to store vehicles. And the applicant could probably, give more of a detailed explanation of what they're going to use their shop for. But, we see a lot of accessory structures, especially on larger acreage properties in the county. And so it's not uncommon for folks to have shops for, various purposes.
So depending on what they want to use it for, they might have to come back to the commission for authorization if it did not fit within what the neighborhood would allow.
So, Mr. Chairman, for a shop, with an accessory structure, so basically, we will typically have in the zoning certificate that it can't be used for a commercial or industrial purpose.
Okay.
And so the accessory structures would be accessory to the primary dwelling that's on the property. And so typically with a shop that's an accessory structure, typically it's going to be for storage of their own vehicles, or if they're doing an automotive hobby, so let's say they like to fix up classic cars, that would be kind of a use that would be allowed in that shop. Or if they wanted to just store their, UTVs, things like that, that's allowed. If they're wanting to run a business from the shop, that would not be allowed. So if they were, having people bring cars to the shop to fix, that would be a commercial automobile, service facility, which would not be allowed in that zoning district.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my concern. Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff?
I do have one question.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
And maybe I misheard you, but you said that on page 2, are we to just say that proposed structures is none?
Existing.
Existing.
Existing
Oh, I see.
structures,
Okay, okay. I misheard you then. Okay, I was like, this makes no sense. Thank you. All right, cool.
All right, is the applicant present? If you'd please come forward and give your name and address.
Hello, my name's Cody Haas. I live at 2821 North Rapid Creek Way in Kuna, Idaho. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this commission today. I wanted to kind of address some of those comments. So my wife and I purchased this property with the intent to build our home where we can raise our children and our family, and take care of my parents for the next 20 years. We've applied for a rezone of the property because the current zoning is 5 acres for larger properties. This rezone would make it consistent with the property size and location around it. Our application for the accessory dwelling unit and a variance for a larger square footage is to build a residence for my parents that is close to us so we can help care for them as they age. My mother suffers from a degenerative nerve disease called CIDP that will ultimately leave her in a wheelchair. And so the extra space will allow for her to maneuver in the residence. I have 4 older brothers that are all married. They have 13 grandchildren and more to come. So our hope is to build a home that will accommodate our family for holiday gatherings. We have no intention to ever rent on the property or anything like that. We will not be operating any kind of business on the property. My parents are retired. I'm a nurse practitioner, and I cover several long-term care facilities around the valley. But we do not see any patients at our residence. We have 2 small children and plan to build our home entering from Montage Court because of the cul-de-sac will be safer for our kids to play there. The ADU would be accessed from Lanewood, as was discussed, because it's easier to access for my parents. And we verified with ACHD that these access points were permitted prior to making these plans. We intend to honor all current easements and access to water controls adjacent to the property. Our building will not hinder or change in any way how the items can currently be accessed. Our property drains to Lanewood Road, and so it should not cause any additional pressure onto Montage Court for drainage. I respectfully request the commission approve our application. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the commissioners for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, just,
Yes, Commissioner Wickstrom.
so the setback of 25 feet and modifying that to 30 feet is not a problem?
No.
Change?
Yep.
Okay. And just some clarifications on this. So on the main house, there's a driveway coming in. Is there a 2, 3, 4 car garage on your main house? How's that?
Yeah, we haven't submitted plans or anything because we don't know what's going to be approved at this time. And like I said, our intention is really to care for our parents. So that kind of determines on the plan for the project. But the casita that was mentioned, that's a detached garage. That was an earlier rendering. So that's not going to be an additional living structure. That's going to be the primary garage.
Is there going to be a bath facility in the casita?
A bathroom?
Yes. It was mentioned to be a pool house office. A casita is a small house, guest house, but,
No, that's just going to be a detached garage.
oh, the casita and okay, so the garage
Yeah,
is no
so,
good.
yeah.
And the
Casita is
casita's gonna
a
be
detached
gotcha.
garage.
All right, thank you
Yeah.
very much for your clarification.
Any other questions? So you have not designed the house yet, so you don't know if it'll be 5,000 square feet, you don't know if it'll be single-story or two-story. That's yet to come, is that correct?
Yeah, it's yet to come.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Is there anybody in attendance that would like to speak with respect to this project? Please come forward and give your name and address.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is James Morphus, and I live at 5690 West Montage Court. It is our home that is most affected by the property he intends to build right next to us. We bought this property 2.5 years ago, and it was a single-family dwelling, one story there, and we still had views of the Boise Shelf and Bogus Basin, sunrises, that kind of thing. Now, as it looks, the plans are to build along a complete line of his property that's just affect us entirely. We'll have no more views. It'll block our sun, the rising sun coming in, and we oppose a secondary unit. We don't approve of that, and we would hope that you wouldn't either. We would request, though, that if this is approved, we would ask that maybe Mr. Haas could maybe plant some arbs or some kind of a juniper that would grow a little tall, so that we don't have nothing but a view of his home and his casita and his secondary unit and his RV garage and everything he wants to build. That's just a request we'd like to make. So we oppose it, the secondary unit, and hopefully you will too. That's all I have to say.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Wickstrom.
Is your house immediately to the west or are you to the north?
If you look back at the map, Mr.
Are you
Dickinson has
before?
the map there, and he can show you where we sit. Our property is the one most affected. We're there. So, so what he wants to build all along the property line takes our views away, even takes the morning sun away. I mean, it affects us dramatically. So we do oppose it for that purpose. But of course, it's up to you in the end, so.
Any other questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner Scott?
I saw in some other comments opposing access to Montage Court itself. Is that you or is that someone else that's opposing that as well?
I didn't understand you.
I'm just wondering, are you the one that's opposing their access to Montage Court as well?
Well,
or is
yeah,
that someone else?
we were, basically, we pay HOAs that cover all the maintenance of Montage Court, and they will not pay for that. They get that free access off of our HOA payments. So we weren't really happy about that. And the added traffic, it's a nice quiet court, so we were concerned about the added traffic.
Do you know what the HOAs cover? Because
Pardon me?
it's an ACHD road. I'm just wondering what the HOAs cover in the maintenance of that.
I don't have the answer for that, but we pay for all the maintenance in the area, and everything the HOA covers in the area. So, and we were led to believe that, they aren't paying for that at all, so they get free access through our court without paying any dues. So that's a concern.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anyone else that would like to speak regarding this project? Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Danielson based on what's been said so far? Commissioner Blitman?
Mr. Danielson, can you confirm that the Montage Court is an ACHD road and not a private road?
So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Blutman, it is an ACHD road, and you can kind of see here, this shows the right-of-way right here. So it shows that, if this shows the right-of-way that it is a public road. And you can also tell if it's via a private road or a public road by the street suffix. So private roads are typically labeled as a lane, whereas public roads, you'll have, if it's an east-west public road, it'll be like, if it's a cul-de-sac, it'll be a core. If it's east-west, if it's a cul-de-sac going north-south, it'll be place. So this kind of indicates that it's a public roadway. Just in doing my research before, if I click on this in our system, it won't show ownership because it's a public road. And then also with the suffix of the street name, it indicates that it's a public road as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So I suppose that raises the question of what the HOA is charging them for, but that's not ours to address. All right. Would the applicant like to come forward for rebuttal and address questions that have been raised?
I don't know if I have a good rebuttal for taking his views. I mean, it's kind of why we bought the property, obviously. But, we do obviously want to be respectful of the neighbors, and we're more than happy to landscape to, improve the view and sightlines that, are going to be changed from what they are currently. So, we're happy to accommodate to, different landscaping things that we can offer with them, so.
Any questions?
Yeah, I got one, Commissioner.
Yes,
Birch.
Commissioner Colson.
So the dwelling that's on there now, is that already staying there, and are you just remodifying that building, that structure?
No, so this lot was owned by a builder. They removed, actually, that home, that was a manufactured home.
Oh, okay.
They moved
so
off
that-
the property.
That picture there.
Yep,
So it's
so right now
vacant
it's just a
lot.
flat lot. Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you, that's all.
Okay. So I do have a question for Mr. Letson. So would this body be able to impose a condition regarding landscaping?
Chairman, Commissioners, there's no master site plan associated with this. I think the closest you could get would be to add a condition to the accessory use section or possibly the development agreement, but it's not typical for a single-family residential property to have a condition like that imposed, but there are ways to add it in if the commission decides to do that.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Haas, I guess what we're looking for you to do is to do as you've suggested, work with your neighbor that's going to be most directly affected by this so that it does not impact him any more than it will anyway. Nobody's trying to stop you from building on your property and providing for your parents.
Yeah.
But by the same token, as you use the word respect, it would be respectful for your neighbor
Yeah,
to
sure.
accommodate them.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. We're looking for a motion for this project.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wickstrom.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we send this back to staff for some modifications and clarifications of the site plan. And
Okay, can you elaborate on what you mean by?
I didn't want to keep, I just wanted to make, I didn't want to describe it, but I'll describe more. There's a lot going on this property. The size of the house, the number of structures that are on there. We're not looking at a clean, up-to-date idea of what's going on here. So apparently the casita is going to be a detached garage. The garage is gone. The house, we don't know what's really going on there as far as parking. a plan that would show the 30-foot setback, clean that up. Actually have a professional architect come in and do a professional plan, so that we're sending something to the county commissioners that is professional, that's clean, so that they have a better idea, so they can make their decision on the variance. This isn't an indication, it's not a clear indication of what's going on here. There's just a lot of buildings, a lot of big buildings, even as a 1,500 square foot detached garage that's going to be the casita, or that was listed as the casita now. There's too much that's not clear on this.
So I'm just trying to sort through this. So would your motion be to table this so that the applicant can come back with more detailed plans as to what they're anticipating?
Okay, yeah, the table it, yeah, I'd heard it, we could send it back to that, but yeah, it's actually to table it then.
Okay. So do you want to make a motion to that effect that we could
Yes,
then
I'll-
discuss?
I'll do it, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we table this application for clarification of the site plan, or modification of the site plan. Do I need to make a date for it?
Yeah, I believe it's October 12th is our next planning and zoning
We have room
commission.
for that on there?
Or, yeah, I think that should be enough time for someone to, so just to step in here, we don't normally require an architect for a single-family
Okay.
home. Our building department does allow for a homeowner to design their own plans and even build their own home. So I don't know if we're asking an architect to do this, it might be an overstep as to what we require for residential building permits, but I certainly think you could ask for additional detail and more clarity. But we can allow the applicant to prepare something like that.
Okay.
So Commissioner Colson, go ahead.
What I would highly recommend is exactly that. You could draw it by, I mean, just look at other people's plans and you can get it to where you can be a lot more cleaner on it. But the one thing I really wanted to say is to work with staff on trying to keep it at that. It would be different if this is a 5-acre parcel that you're adding a secondary dwelling, mother-in-law quarters of 1,200 square feet. I would highly recommend that they try to design a plan to where they could stay at that 900 square feet, which is required by staff in Ada County for the secondary dwelling, in my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Colson.
Was the motion seconded?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I let it get out of control here, so
I'm sorry.
motion.
I'm
No, that's
sorry.
fine. A motion has been made. Is there a second to the motion? Well, I will second the motion. And so then we can have a more open discussion about it. And so Commissioner Colson, you have weighed in. Do any of the other commissioners have any thoughts? I will say I share the same concern that both Commissioner Wickstrom and Commissioner Colson have made. And while we may not be designing what it is that the applicant wants to put on their property, there could be more detail as to what they intend to do, certainly showing compliance with setbacks, that type of thing. So a motion has been made and seconded. Is there any more discussion about the motion before we put it to a vote?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Scott?
Before we started discussion at table, I was inclined to let this play out and approve this, but yeah, the more I look at this, the more I'm unsure, and when I'm unsure, I think it means we just need more information, and I am, I'm still leaning in the realm of it would be an approval, but I do think there would be, I mean, because I'm not opposed, I'm very much a property rights person, but there is some questions. So I think, I don't want to deny absolutely, so I think a table would be appropriate for more information.
Commissioner Colson?
Yeah, and I mean, I just want to bring it also, I mean, the access to off of Montage, I think is a total viable solution. And the reason I say that is, one, ACHD is in control of it, and two, when they built the subdivision, they literally made a cut in the side of it, in the sidewalk, whether that's the sidewalk that goes around there, but they made an approachment for that piece of property. So it was their goal to eventually feed this property, in my opinion. So I just wanted to make that clear. Like, I'm all for them taking access off of Montage, and I'm in the same boat. I'm a big property rights, but I you know, the one thing of just the square footage for this secondary dwelling is just kind of, you know, kind of the rule. I mean, so to make it more cleaner for the applicant, that's what I would recommend. But
Any other thoughts? Commissioner Blitman?
I guess part of me is saying we're not being asked to provide a variance for that dwelling unit. That's going to be the Board of County Commissioners. So if that's causing us grief, then that's not something we're supposed to be making a decision on, from what I understand. And we're recommending approval of the zoning ordinance map amendment, which basically says they're changing the zoning from that RUT because it doesn't conform to the estate, which it does conform. So we're approving that zoning change so that they can move forward with putting a house on it, and maybe the dwelling unit, maybe not, depending on if they qualify for the variance. And so I guess, is the development agreement attached here? Because that's what we're being asked to approve, is the zoning ordinance map change and development agreement.
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioners, on the development agreement, those are typically prepared after a P&Z recommendation, and it's always draft until the board ultimately approves it. So there isn't a DA for you to review at this point. Just county practice has been to do that after a P&Z recommendation. A DA for a single-family home is a rare DA because single-family homes are just principally permitted in the R1 zone. And so it's kind of a unique thing. And again, principally permitted is just pull a building permit and meet the lot coverage and setbacks. So the only thing requiring anything other than changing the zoning would be that variance for the AC structure, so.
So the accessory use has nothing, so it's just literally flipping the land, and we don't have to worry about the variance, which I already knew about, and which includes the accessory use and all that?
The accessory use is a staff level application, so they don't typically are not heard by the P&Z or the board. It's only due to the fact that he applied for everything concurrently that we bring all of that together. So in theory, he could build a shop there with just a building permit. I mean, if it was over 1,500 square feet, it would require another staff level approval, but again, low level. He could later apply for the accessory dwelling unit in that shop building. So it's a unique one where you're being presented with what is primarily just principal permitted uses. It's just the change in zoning necessary to create better setbacks for the project.
So my comment is I'm in favor of letting the zoning change happen because I think that's what needs to happen to make it conforming. I agree that the package is super confusing, but that's what happens when we put these together, and there'll be another opportunity to organize it differently before it goes to the commissioners. But that's not my call. That's the staff level call in terms of the completeness of the package and how, I mean, I'm not going to say they have to come back again with a prettier package so that we can approve the zoning change. So I'm kind of in favor of doing a zoning change.
I'm in agreement with you. I mean, if we're just here to, I mean, we might have went a little too deep into this. I mean, we're just looking to approve the zoning, and what they do with the land is still got to be approved by staff, whether that's building the two or going for the variance. I mean, if all we're looking for is approving the zoning change, yeah, I'm totally on that.
Because that's the first step.
Because if that's all we can do, I mean, if that's what we approve here right now is just a zoning change, then we don't really have the choice to
dictate what's built on the
dictate what's
property.
built on it, how it's built on it, how it looks, how, the access, whatever. I mean, we're just saying, yeah, switch it from here to here.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, well,
Yeah, Commissioner Wickstrom.
I agree. Yeah, thank you for keeping us on track here. But yeah, I agree that the zoning change is valid and reasonable.
Do you wish to withdraw your motion?
It was my next thing was to withdraw my motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Blitman.
Based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained therein and the testimony from the public hearing, I move that the commission recommends approval of the zoning ordinance map amendment associated with the project number 202301495 ZCDA VAC to the board.
A motion has been made. Is there a second?
And it's, the rest of it tells me to recommend denial of the accessory use application, but
Okay.
I don't think that's what we're supposed to do. And I didn't include the development agreement in there because I understood that we weren't supposed to do those two things.
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioners, you can make a recommendation on, the DA always is associated with the zoning change. So
Okay.
the AC application, you could take no action on, or you could recommend denial and hand that off to the board to make the final decision, whatever you want to do. You could provide direction that the AC application be removed from this package of requests, and then the board could take action on that as well. So if this commission doesn't want to take action on that AC application, you can say, we're not taking action on that. We'll leave that up to the board essentially. And they may remove it from the development proposal if they're unhappy with any details the applicant provides.
So based on that input, I'm willing to amend my motion to include the development agreement and to exclude the, any advice on the accessory use application.
So I have another question then, Mr. Letson. So with respect to the landscaping issue, would that be covered in the development agreement?
You can certainly insert something into that development agreement addressing landscaping. Again, it would be an anomaly to require specific landscaping for a single-family property, but it certainly is within your purview to recommend the board do that.
But yeah, my thoughts with respect to landscaping are that you do have a home that is remarkably close to this property. And to have the property basically be a complete blank slate where somebody can do whatever and then impact a property that could be, I mean, almost within whispering distance of it would seem unreasonable. And so, but I'm getting ahead of myself again. So a motion has been made. Is there a second to the motion?
A second.
Okay. Mr. Scott has seconded the motion. By way of discussion, and I'll just start it, I would like to see something in the motion relating to landscaping, reasonable and appropriate landscaping to minimize the impact on the closest neighboring property. And whatever that is, I realize subjective, but I don't want to get into what type of shrubs they could put in or anything else, because I think that's clearly beyond what we would be having the ability to do.
So that wouldn't be covered in the variance section of this though, or would that be something that if we didn't, or if we did it, the county commissioners would say, agree with that? Is that how that works?
I think you'd recommend as part of the development agreement that there would be an appropriate landscaping plan that would be incorporated into whatever is done on the property.
And so my question is who dictates that? I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, do we leave that up to staff? Or, I mean, we can't really say, hey, go make a property line agreement. You know what I mean?
Chairman, Commissioners, I guess if you're going down the road of adding a landscaping requirement, some more detail would be good. Landscaping along the western property line to screen the future structures might be enough. But the board's going to make the final decision on the language ultimately, but you're kind of giving direction as to what you'd like inserted into that DA.
And that's how I was viewing it too,
Okay.
Commissioner Colson, that if we put that in there and we approve it, then go to the board, our neighbor that has been here tonight would be able to go as well. And when it's presented before the board, the neighbor could say, yeah, it looks good to me, or I don't like it, and the board would say, okay, well, we'll approve it anyway, or we'll approve it with a modification. Wouldn't be up to us to approve it. We're not dictating anything other than that something be done by way of landscaping to,
I totally agree with it, adding that in there.
Okay, so just for my clarification, it would be the motion and then recommend a landscape plan.
as part of the
part of-
development agreement.
And I'm willing to amend my motion to include the comment that we recommend that the development agreement include provisions for appropriate landscaping on the adjacent property lines where there are houses.
And just for clarification, if I'm looking at this correctly, it's the property to the south, is that correct?
To the west.
To the west, okay. Appropriate
Oh, it's the
landscaping.
five. so it's the-
Appropriate
so it's the-
landscaping on the west
It is- It
property.
is this one.
I see. So, I see.
So you've got this
Is
one
that an
down
alley,
here.
is that an alley between the two? I'm not,
It looks like it's a pathway or an alley.
Okay. I think that if it's amended, it can be broad enough that appropriate landscaping, even if our neighbor here to the south comes in, then they can weigh in as well. Nobody's going to be dictating again what kind of shrubs or trees are put up there, but at least they will say, you can't just put something up there that destroys the property value of the people that are already there or significantly adversely impacts it. So
I'm willing to modify my motion to include appropriate landscaping adjacent to the houses on the west and the south side.
Okay. Commissioner Scott, you had seconded the
I'll
original
second it, yeah.
motion.
I'll second.
Seconded. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? All right, we're ready for a vote then. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Mr. Haas, presumably you can work with staff to get this where it needs to be.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we wondered why everybody was here, and so I guess we now know. So we have, the last remaining item is 201-601-258-DA-DMC, Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community Periodic Evaluation. And by the way, thank you all for your patience thus far. All right, Mr. Letson, we'll turn the time over to you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, one moment.
And we do have people online for this one, correct?
They signed up, Mr. Chairman, but they have not shown up online.
Okay, and so they affirmatively have to weigh in, we're not contacting them?
Yes.
Okay.
And just to let those folks know, this will be going to the board as well, so they'll have another chance to participate if they decide to do that. So, Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. Before you is a periodic evaluation for the Dry Creek Ranch development. This is a 2-year periodic evaluation and review. The review is being conducted to satisfy code requirements and determine if Dry Creek Ranch is developing in conformance with with its development plan. The review is based on the goals and objectives contained in the Dry Creek Ranch development plan and a review of the development agreement. Took these pictures from Dry Creek Ranch's website. Hope they appreciate that. So, the Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community encompasses approximately 1,414 acres at Brookside Lane and State Highway 55. It was originally submitted in September of 2006 and approved in February of 2010, with approximately 3,500 dwellings and 650,000 square feet of commercial and office space. Ownership changed and amendments were made by Boise Hunter Homes, who currently is the developer of Dry Creek Ranch. Those amendments included reducing density by about 50% to 1,815 units and reducing commercial office square footage by 85% to 80,000 square feet total. So Dry Creek Ranch is anticipated to be developed in 6 phases. The 6 phases consist of sub-phases. The 6 sub-phases in Phase A have been final platted. 1 sub-phase in Phase B and 1 sub-phase in Phase C have been final platted. In addition, 2 sub-phases in Phase E have been final platted. Phase E plats are within the Dry Creek Ranch village of the development. And here's kind of a build out by phase. It's important to keep in mind that planned communities are not a done overnight sort of thing. It's a 20 to 25 year build out. Here anticipated is phase F in 2025 to 2032 in terms of build out, but in reality, it'll probably go a bit beyond that. And I'll let Todd with Boise Hunter Homes speak to that a little bit more than I am right here. So here is the overall development plan for Dry Creek Ranch, and I've labeled each phase. As you can see, the majority of building has occurred along Brookside Lane. There's been some recent platting along Dry Creek Road as well, and up in the foothills area, and then we have some stuff that's north of the Brookside area. But lots more building to do for this development before it reaches maturation. So in terms of community improvements constructed to date, those include an information center, a wastewater treatment facility, which is obviously very important to the development. There's also a community center, a community pool, and multiple pathways and open space areas. And as we walk through the different goals, we'll speak to some of the oncoming improvements. And again, Todd with Boise Hunter Homes will be able to fill those in even more than I am right now. So the survey itself was sent to all Dry Creek Ranch residences, which is 417. 142 responses were received, which is a 34% response rate. Anybody familiar with surveys knows that's really good response rate. 99% of respondents were property owners. There was one renter that provided a response as well. 9% of those respondents have lived in the development for 1 year. 64% have been here 1 to 3 years, and 25% have been there for 3+ years. So I'll just walk through the different goals. I've got this, WebEx thing in a really bad spot in terms of being able to read my slides. Let me see if I can try to adjust that. Just might not be able to adjust it. Okay. So there are several goals stated in the Dry Creek Ranch plan and the development agreement as well. And so the survey was built off of those. The first one was that an overall goal of Dry Creek Ranch will provide a master planned farm-to-table community where residents honor their Idaho heritage through agricultural and recreational opportunities. But I think I might really have a new level of hatred for WebEx because I can't get any of my things out of the way. So as you can see here, there was close to 50% that agree, another 5% that strongly agree, and then 30% to 45% that don't agree. The developer's response to this specific goal is that Dry Creek Ranch is a farm-to-table master plan community that sits on the 1,414 acres that I mentioned before. The overall build-out of the community will have 1,815 residences of varying size, a 10-acre commercial area, a community farm, a school, a fire station, a water reclamation facility, and an array of recreational opportunities provided within 2 village centers and expansive open space. Currently, 10 phases have been recorded. Within these 10 phases, there are 573 residential lots. In addition to the residential construction that has occurred within the planned community, a state-of-the-art water reclamation facility has been constructed and is fully operational. An approximate 2-acre neighborhood farm has been planted and is in a 5th year of production, and an approximate 4,000 square foot community/information center and swimming pool have also been completed. And again, the developer will have a chance to speak to all of these goals as well. If you have any questions along the way, this is sort of interactive, so feel free to ask me to clarify. So actual goal number 1 concerns private property rights. To ensure that Dry Creek Ranch is in its land use policies, restrictions, conditions, and fees does not violate private property rights, adversely impact property values, or create unnecessary technical limitations on the use of property. I won't give you the breakdown percentages. You can kind of look at this while I read the developer response. I think that's probably a good way to get this thing moving forward. So the developer response for goal number 1 is property rights are very important to the developer of Dry Creek Ranch. The adopted land use policies, recorded CC&Rs, and HOA fees were carefully created to not infringe on those rights for landowners within the planned community. Similarly, reasonable development, construction, and property maintenance standards have been established to ensure property values are maintained throughout the planned community. So on to goal number 2. concerning population, and there were no quantifiable responses in the form of a bar graph for goal number 2, but we do have a developer response. Goal number 2 concerned population. Recognize that Ada County's population will continue to grow and positively influence that growth. And so the developer's response there is the population of Ada County has grown approximately 7.1% since the last periodic review for the Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community in 2021. This equates to almost 37,743 people in Ada County. The construction of homes in Dry Creek Ranch provides a place for new residents within the county, to live, and actually country, I think they moved from everywhere, to live and recreate while not increasing the burden on sewer or water infrastructure, as Dry Creek Ranch provides its own sewer and water facilities. In addition, the development of Dry Creek Ranch is adding capacity to the existing road network by improving existing substandard street segments in the area. Goal number 3, school facilities. Provide for primary public education opportunities within Dry Creek Ranch. Again, survey responses are there in front of you. The approved land use map shows an elementary school site located within the eastern portion of the planned community. The school site is a 7.1 acre lot located within Dry Creek Ranch, phase number 5. The school site is located directly to the west of the West Village Center. In November 2022, the Ada County Board of County Commissioners approved a comprehensive plan amendment and development agreement modification to allow the school site to be donated to either West Ada School District or any other school entity, including charter schools. On April of this year, the Idaho Public Charter Schools Commission unanimously approved a charter school for this site. So to that response, a school is potentially coming sooner rather than later to Dry Creek Ranch. Goal number 4, economic development. With the population growth of the Dry Creek Valley, provide live, work, learn, and play opportunities for Dry Creek Ranch residents, which will in turn spur economic growth. Developer response for that one is, as previously noted, there have been 10 phases of development recorded in Dry Creek Ranch. This has provided 573 residential lots that provide an opportunity for people to live in the Dry Creek Valley. In December of 2019, the Board of County Commissioners approved the preliminary plat for Dry Creek Ranch Village. This phase of the development contains 10 acres of commercial property within the planned community. Dry Creek Ranch is currently marketing this property to attract commercial users to provide opportunities for work and commerce within the community. As previously noted, a 7.1 acre site for a school is located within phase number 5, and they anticipate a charter school being operational for the 2025 school year. This will provide opportunities for learning within the community. There are also numerous common lots within the planned community that have been improved with play structures, pedestrian trails, or lawn for outdoor recreation. In addition, an approximate 4,000 square foot community information recreation facility has been constructed along with a swimming pool. All of these amenities provide the residents with opportunities to play within the community. Goal number 5 concerns land use. Ensure a variety and balance of land uses to support the Dry Creek Ranch community. The developer responds, within the Dry Creek Ranch Plan community, there are 6 different land uses. Those uses include parks, natural open space, residential, including 4 different density ranges. There's a village center, school, commercial, and mixed use. These uses are evenly distributed across the development to provide balance. All right. There are a total of 13 goals, if you guys were wondering where this is going. So, goal number 6, natural resources. Ensure a variety and balance of land uses to support the Dry Creek Ranch community. The specific survey question was, the natural environment qualities of the land, air, and water have been maintained by Dry Creek Ranch. The developer responds, Dry Creek Ranch has prolific water rights and resources which have been used for the last 100 years by its commercial farming operation. Using the same water, we have created our own self-sustaining private water system, avoiding impact on public water systems. It should also be noted that as more residential units are constructed, the agricultural water usage will be diminished, furthering the sustainability of the aquifer. In addition, Dry Creek Ranch will perpetually generate money with our Wildlife Conservation Fund. This fund will be used for the conservation of land and wildlife within the community and throughout the state of Idaho. Money from this fund was used to purchase 10,000 bitterbrush seedlings to revegetate the land destroyed by the Teresa Fire located southeast of Boise. Dry Creek Ranch has performed a cleanup of old trees that have fallen within the Dry Creek waterway that bisects the development. That courses through the development. Also, we have,
saying we. I'm trying to insert Dry Creek Ranch whenever it says we, just to not be verbatim, but Dry Creek Ranch has an extensive weed management plan that focuses on the eradication of noxious weeds throughout the planned community. And again, here are the responses in front of you. Goal number 7, hazardous areas, ensure a variety and balance of land uses to support the Dry Creek Ranch community. The specific question was, Dry Creek Ranch residents have been protected to the extent possible from potential wildfire threats and wildfire control. Development of the Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community is performed in compliance with the requirements of the Eagle Fire Department, as they are the primary responders to the community. The development is designed to be in compliance with the wildland urban fire interface requirements of Ada County. Standards within this overlay are incorporated into the CC&Rs for each phase that is recorded. In addition, a fire and vegetation management plan has been established for the community. This plan addresses what lots might be impacted by a wildfire. It further describes what vegetation can be planted and what building materials should be used to ensure structures are provided with a defensible space. Dry Creek Ranch has taken preventative measures to reduce and control the fire fuels located around the perimeter of the planned community property. Finally, the National Fire Protection Association recognizes the Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community as a fire-wise community. Goal number 8, public services. Construct, expand, and maintain Dry Creek Ranch's infrastructure to meet the existing and growing demands in a timely, orderly, and logical manner.
Can I interrupt and ask a question?
Yeah.
So the questions that were asked were just that brief, or were they more expanded than that?
They were just that brief, yeah. We attempt to link these to the goals stated in those approved plans and the development agreement. So embellishing the question or stepping too far beyond that can result in a lot of additional answers that probably wouldn't really sync up to what's actually occurring in the area. So
the interpretation of infrastructure would be the person reading it.
exactly, yeah. And so that is probably the double-edged sword of a survey. You get responses, but how well did the respondent understand the question? And I think Todd might speak to this as well. Some feedback they've received were maybe community members weren't exactly sure what the question was asking. Staff does make itself available to help answer the survey questions. And so, that's kind of the imperfect nature of how this type of questioning goes.
There did seem to be a lot of comments, though, that addressed some of these matters. I mean, they went right to the heart of infrastructure. Quite a few did.
Yes, there are, and yes, there were some specific comments that were provided. Again, I'll summarize those at the end, but concerning wildlife, concerning trail connectivity, concerning overall commercial opportunities and build out of the project and that sort of thing. So in terms of the developer's response for this one, Dry Creek's ranch infrastructure has been constructed in a way that it can serve the current development within the planned community with the ability to expand its capabilities to meet the full development needs of the community. Prior to the first home being constructed within the planned community, a state-of-the-art water reclamation facility was constructed. This facility is located south of Dry Creek Road with the Dry Creek Ranch Village portion, within the Dry Creek Ranch Village portion of the development. This facility meets the current needs of the planned community and will continue to be upgraded as development continues. In addition to the sewer service provided to the residents in Dry Creek Ranch, water is provided from the on-site wells that can produce the necessary water to support the entire development. So just an important distinction for this planned community versus some of the others you may have heard about recently, it does have its own water system versus participating in the Veolia water system. Vehicular access within Dry Creek Ranch is provided via a network of public streets. These streets were constructed by the developer and then dedicated to the Ada County Highway District as a public right-of-way. At certain development thresholds, improvements are required to the existing public streets in the vicinity. Dry Creek Ranch has worked closely with ITD and ACHD on understanding those improvements to ensure compliance with their requirements. And so as this commission may recall, there was a conversation about a traffic signal on Highway 55 in the past that was, again, kind of jumping into one of those conversations about roadway infrastructure and upgrades and things to that effect. And now we talk about transportation, which might be redundant, considering what I just said. Facilitate the movement of people and products to and from Dry Creek Ranch. Specific question was, Dry Creek Ranch has taken reasonable measures to reduce traffic generated by the development. To date, Dry Creek Ranch has constructed and dedicated approximately 8.2 new miles of public streets within the 10 phases that serve the development. that have been recorded for the development. We have also made improvements to approximately 1.2 miles of existing right-of-way along Highway 55, Brookside Lane, and Dry Creek Road as they abut the development. In addition to the street improvements, Dry Creek Ranch installed a traffic signal at the intersection of Highway 55 and Brookside Lane in December of 2019. And then in February of this year, received approval from ITD to construct a green T traffic signal configuration at the intersection of Highway 55 and Dry Creek Road. These signal improvements will dramatically improve the safety at these intersections. Goal number 10 regarding recreation. Enhance the quality of life for residents of Dry Creek Ranch through parks, facilities, pathways, trails, and community gardens. The specific question was, your quality of life as a resident of Dry Creek Ranch has been enhanced through parks, facilities, pathways, trailways, community gardens, and recreational opportunities. So within the 10 recorded phases of Dry Creek Ranch, there are 57 common lots. These common lots total approximately 39 acres, which is approximately 12% of the platted developed area. 26 of the common lots are open space for recreation. Those 26 lots total approximately 20 acres and contain outdoor play structures, grassy play areas, a 4,000 square foot community building, swimming pool, the historic barn and farmhouse, and approximately 2 miles of pathways and trails. The Dry Creek Ranch Neighborhood Farm is located between Dry Creek and Dry Creek Road. The neighborhood farm is approximately 2 acres in size and has been operational for 5 growing seasons. The neighborhood farm is a community-supported agricultural or CSA farm. There's a full-time manager that is assisted by residents within the Dry Creek Ranch planned community. A wide variety of fruits and vegetables are grown, harvested, and then delivered to CSA members once a week for 20 weeks in the year. And they have an opportunity for you to look at dcrfarm.com if you would like more information about that. Goal number 11, housing. There's one more goal after, I lied, there's one more goal after this one. So provide a diversity of housing choices within Dry Creek Ranch consistent with development costs and market realities. And the more specific question was, Dry Creek Ranch provides a mix of housing types and densities to provide for a strong and diverse community. As previously noted, 10 phases within the planned community have been recorded. Within these 10 phases, there are 571 residential lots and 57 common lots. And in your record, there is a table that breaks out kind of each phase and different styles of home. I didn't include that in this just because there's a lot of stuff in this presentation already, but it does give you a breakout per lot type or home type, what has been built. Of the 5 different types of residential densities provided within Dry Creek Ranch, those include equestrian density, low density, medium density, hillside density, and mixed use. 3 are located within the first 10 recorded phases. Those include equestrian, low density, and medium density. The number of platted lots within each land use district is fairly evenly distributed, with 31% in the equestrian density area, 18% in the low density area, and 51% in the medium density area. All right, community design. Promote and encourage a community that is conducive to specific development standards and provide enhancement to the existing character. Every building within the planned community is reviewed and approved by the Architectural Control Committee for Dry Creek Ranch. The buildings are reviewed for compliance with the design guidelines found in element F9 of the Dry Creek Ranch Development Plan. Homes are reviewed for architectural elements and colors to ensure diversity throughout the community while maintaining a cohesive design character. So that concludes the goal portion of this. We did also reach out to agency and user groups. We received 6 responses in total. 3 of those were from equestrian-focused groups, and 3 were from, one was from Eagle Fire, one was from Idaho Fish and Game, and one was from the Ada County Historic Preservation Council. In terms of responses from the equestrian groups, there was a desire for increased trail connectivity, just broadly throughout the development and the region in general, and access to the proposed trailhead at the end of Brookside Lane. And I don't think this group has been a part of that conversation too much, but there has been a proposal to donate property to Ada County for the creation of a trailhead that would support equestrian users. And this group would like better connections to that, or a connection to that. The Idaho Fish and Game made note that the Wildlife Mitigation Plan meetings have not occurred per what was required in the plan. There's been an ongoing conversation between staff and Dry Creek Ranch development team as to the need for getting those up and running again. to the point where we're not approving additional plats until we have another meeting like that and get that business underway. So everyone, including Dry Creek Ranch, is aware that that needs to happen, and they have agreed to basically pause on platting until this can happen. There's been a lot of moving parts, and I'm sure Todd can speak to that a little better when he gets a chance. Eagle Fire noted that emergency access issues have been a problem based on street design within development. This is a complicated one because we actually rely on Eagle Fire to bless each plat that comes through, and we haven't really heard that specific comment as it relates to a plat. Moving forward, it'll be a much tighter conversation with Eagle Fire as to what they might need out of a roadway width or roadway design, and Dry Creek Ranch is also working with Eagle Fire to address some of those issues.
You think they're just getting a lot of street parking? Is that?
That's what I understand. I think there's been a lot of construction traffic out there as well. I think Todd, again, could probably speak to that even more than I could, but there has been a lot of congestion on the road based on street parking, as well as, I know that during construction of certain phases, it's been really difficult to make it through. Let's see. And then finally, the Ada County Historic Preservation Council stated concerns regarding the improvements and preservation of 3 historic structures that are within the development. Those include a farmhouse from the early 1900s, an ice house from around the same era, and then a hay barn from, I believe, the end of the 19th century, early 20th century. And so they've stated the desire to see the timeline and those improvements increased. I think the letter also included that maybe there were some improvements made to some of the structures that they didn't get a chance to review, and they would like to have more input on changes to those structures. Again, I'll kind of let Todd speak to that when he gets a chance to speak to you some more. So in conclusion, the motion before you is you can do one of 2 things. You can recommend that Dry Creek Ranch is developed in substantial accordance with the development plan and allow work to continue, or you can say that Dry Creek Ranch is not developed in substantial accordance with the development plan and/or has caused undue adverse economic impacts on affected agencies and/or districts. Therefore, the board would initiate public hearings to investigate such matters and adopt changes to the development plan to mitigate such undue adverse impacts. So this is, again, a recommendation. The board may find, they will make a final decision based on one of these 2 options. So at this point, those are kind of your 2 recommendations before you, and I will stand for any questions.
So I do have a question. So is there a middle ground? For example, would you be able to say that you would effectively freeze development until the historic structures are completed? Because those are supposed to be done by July of '24, so less than a year from now. And it looks like what hasn't been completed, and Todd can address this, would be the most expensive parts of the renovation. Renovating a barn that was identified as being structurally unsound, for example. And so you wouldn't want to wait until that thing would collapse, because then you wouldn't be able to renovate it. And so is there a middle ground between the 2 options that are listed here? Or if you said, no, we're not happy with what has happened with respect to the historic structures, some of the comments that the public made and whatnot are concerning, does that automatically send it back to having the public hearings and whatnot? Or can you say, we would recommend going forward, but only if certain things happened?
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioners, I think what you're proposing kind of fits best in that second bullet point. It is kind of a, let's pause on this development and see if additional conditions are required in terms of timelines, prioritizing improvements. I think that really would fit into this bullet point number 2.
Okay.
And if that's the recommendation you make to the board, I would probably have you highlight specifically things you've heard that you think they need to take a close look at.
All right, thanks, Mr. Letson. Any comments, questions for Mr. Letson? Commissioner Scott?
So just because you guys are always so great at holding our hands, this is not one where you make a recommendation like the other ones to us on, you give us the potential motion, we decide. It's not staff recommends first option or staff recommends second option.
Yeah, this is unique. There's not a set of findings really. What would happen is if the board ultimately landed on bullet point number 2, per our development agreement with Boise Hunter Homes, we would have to then give them a formal 90-day notice and state you've got to come back and resolve these issues. There's a whole process built into the DA that would
unfold afterwards. Again, I'd like you to hear Todd's side of this, and I'd like you to consider that this is a long project. There's a lot left to build. I think some of the immediate things like historic structures are certainly, if you wanted to prioritize, those would be things to consider. But some of the other comments about regional trails or things like that are just, those are going to take a lot more time to build out. So just keep those things in mind in terms of if you're prioritizing something, what is the timeline associated with that when it might actually occur through the build out of the development.
Any other questions for Mr. Letson? All right, we look forward to hearing from Mr. Tucker. Please come forward and give your name and address, please.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Todd Tucker. I represent Boise Hunter Homes, and our business address is 923 South Bridgeway Place in Eagle, Idaho. Like Leon mentioned, we're here tonight for a periodic evaluation of the Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community. We're required to do these every 2 years, and this is our second evaluation. Next slide. The Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community is 1,414 acres in size, and we'll have 1,815 homes at completion. We're also approved for 85,000 square feet of commercial area, and there will be an elementary school and a fire station. Next slide. 10 phases have been recorded so far. As Leon mentioned, there's 573 residential lots with approximately 470 occupied. We've dedicated 38 acres of development to open space, which includes community center, swimming pool. We've constructed actually almost 7 miles of pedestrian pathways and trails. 9.25 miles of public roadway have been constructed, which includes a bridge over over Dry Creek, sorry. And then there's a 2-acre urban farm that's in its 5th year of production. And we've constructed a first-class, high-tech sewer treatment facility. Next slide. Part of the periodic review evaluation, as you guys know, is to gather information from the existing residents in the community. A survey was sent out, and we've received those results. Next slide. As we analyzed the survey results and read through the comments, we noticed there were several themes that kind of jumped out to us of concerns. Those themes were amenities, trails, the school, a traffic signal, the homeowners association, wildlife mitigation, and the historic structures. And I'll go through each of those now. We did have an annual meeting with the homeowners association last night. It was fairly well attended. There was about 200 residents there, and a lot of these issues were addressed with them. Some of the comments we did hear back from a few residents, which was kind of mentioned earlier, is a little bit of confusion on some of the wording of the questions on the survey that were sent out. Some people weren't exactly sure. Sometimes some of the questions that it really made it sound like all of the amenities, infrastructure, everything was supposed to be done at the beginning. It led to some confusion on actually if we had done what we were supposed to have done. Next slide. As previously noted, we've dedicated 38 acres of open space, which is almost 12% of the platted area. Next slide. We've constructed a 4,000 square foot community center and swimming pool. We also installed a volleyball net next to the community center in a drainage basin area. ACHD requires this area to have sand in the bottom, so we thought it would be a good dual purpose extra amenity for a sand volleyball court where people could recreate there while there's not standing water. I know there's been some confusion and some concern in the neighborhood about that amenity, but we thought it would be a good opportunity to use that space, which doesn't have standing water in it the majority of the time. Next slide. We recently completed an equestrian facility with covered stalls for 10 horses, a riding arena, and a round pen. We also have a part-time caretaker of the facility and the boarded horses that are on site. Next slide. We have installed a soccer field with goals on the property where the school will eventually be located. We didn't know, we didn't have a timeline on when that school was going to be constructed, and we thought, well, let's don't let it just sit there. Let's use part of it. So at the front of it, we actually installed sod and put a soccer field in there so that the residents would have an extra place to recreate until the school is constructed and playgrounds and things like that. Next slide. We've designed and are close to submitting an application to construct a large community center centrally located in the facility or in the community. The facility will provide an array of recreation opportunities for residents within the community, and we've got a full list of all the amenities listed on the side there. So it's a fairly large piece of property and a fairly large facility that we're pretty proud of, and we think will be state of the art and really appreciated by the residents once we get that constructed. Next slide. So far, we've installed 7 miles of pedestrian trails and pathways. Everything you see in the yellow has been installed. All of the pink lines are pathways and trails that will be constructed as we continue to plat phase by phase. And we are currently working with county staff to dedicate the trail connection to the Eagle Bike Park. And we hope that is done soon. Again, the way our conditions of approval read, we're supposed to dedicate these amenities and these trail connections within each phase. We recognize that there's a large outcry for the connection to the Eagle Bike Park, and so we're willing to do that ahead of schedule, ahead of the time that we're required to do it. There's just some details that we need to work out with the county, and we're working really closely with them on those details, and we think this will be accomplished pretty soon. Next slide. Over the past year, we worked really hard with residents who are on the charter school board to amend the development plan to allow for a charter school to be an option within the community. That amendment was approved by the county commissioners, and the charter school was approved by the state charter commission this year. Next slide. We also worked very hard over the past 2 years to get a traffic signal approved at the intersection of Dry Creek Road and Highway 55. Earlier this year, we received approvals from both ITD and ACHD and the county commissioners to construct the signal. We're now in the process of developing the construction drawings that need to be submitted to ACHD and ITD for approval, and we're planning on constructing the signal as soon as we can. Next slide. Again, we held our HOA meeting last night. It was attended by 200 residents or so. At the meeting, we informed them that we've hired an in-house HOA manager for Dry Creek Ranch. The previous management company we had contracted with was not performing at a very high standard or up to the standards that we have. And so we terminated a contract with them, hired an internal management person that we can handle our HOA affairs in-house. And we feel that this will be a better option for the residents in Dry Creek. Next slide. Wildlife conservation is an important component of the Dry Creek Ranch Plan community. Over the past 2 years, 2 rather large and impactful projects have been supported by Dry Creek Ranch. In 2021, 10,000 bitterbrush plants were purchased, grown, and planted by the Conservation Advisory Committee, residents in Dry Creek Ranch, and Boise Hunter Home staff to restore the land decimated by the Teresa Fire in southeast Boise. This year, construction began on the Wildlife Crossing overpass on Highway 21, north of Lucky Peak Reservoir. If you've driven that way this summer, you've had to go around it. Let's see here. The funds donated by Dry Creek Ranch Wildlife Conservation Advisory Committee were the largest private donation to this important project. In addition, we've had cows grazing on the property since 2016 to help remove noxious weeds. And this year we added 3,000 sheep for about a week that also aided with the removal of weeds. And finally, a large area along Dry Creek Road had the noxious weeds mechanically removed, so we cut them all down. We also planted alfalfa to serve as a feed plot for enticing deer and other animals to come in. And you can see in the center there a nice big deer standing in the middle of the field. Next slide. We have begun the renovation process on the interior of the historic farmhouse on the property, and we will begin the process to renovate the exterior of the building soon, knowing that we need to work in concert with the Historic Preservation Council on that process. One item that I didn't have a slide for, but just to address the letter that came in from Eagle Fire, they had some concerns. I think they maybe weren't informed, but we are actually a Firewise community registered nationally, so we have completed that portion of our requirement. And the homes that have been identified that we need to get approval of, or that we have to have mitigation or a plan approved for Firewise, none of those homes have been constructed as of date. So everything that we've built so far has been more internally located in the project. Nothing has been built that borders the outside borders of the project, and those are the homes or the lots that border the wildfire area that we need to actually go to Eagle Fire and present a plan for how those are going to be protected. So we are in compliance with those those aspects or those conditions of approval from the development plan. Also, just to briefly mention, since Leon brought it up, there were some questions about access and the narrow streets. We acknowledge, so when Dry Creek Ranch, when the first preliminary plat was approved, ACHD standards allowed for narrower street sections for parking on one side, or parking on both sides. They went with a narrower street section at that time, parking on one side of the street. And we all acknowledge that while construction is going on, while the homes are being constructed, it is very difficult to maneuver through those streets. With the construction traffic, people parking on the street, it's very difficult. Once the construction traffic is gone, it's much more easy to get around. But having realized that, moving forward in the village plat, so the second preliminary plat that we got approved, we're doing 33-foot wide street sections on all of those. So we're going with the wider street sections moving forward, realizing that the narrower streets that we had in the first phases of this development, while construction is going on, it is difficult to get around. But once construction is gone, it's much easier. But wanting to avoid that in the future, our future streets are going to be wider so that we don't have that issue. In conclusion, so next slide. In conclusion, we recognize that some residents within the community may feel that we should be further along with some aspects of the project, but in reality, we're right on schedule. The progress so far is right in line with the overall development plan. We're in substantial conformance with the development plan for Dry Creek Ranch and ask that you forward that sentiment on to the Board of County Commissioners. Also, just to point out that, that number 2 option that Leon had up there talks about an undue and adverse economic impact. Again, we strongly feel that we're in substantial conformance with our development plan and our conditions of approval, and in no way feel that this would be an undue adverse economic impact on the community, anything that we may have fallen a little bit short of. As far as the wildlife mitigation, we have reached out and hired a new conservation director, and we know that we need to have a conservation advisory committee meeting. We are getting that scheduled for next month so that we can come back into compliance with that aspect of the development plan. I believe that is all I have, except I'll preemptively answer Commissioner Blitman's question. We did not have to have a neighborhood meeting for this application, so we did not have anyone attend because it's not a requirement. But again, we did have the HOA meeting last night, which was very well attended and lasted for quite a while. So that concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions you guys might have.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. What questions do the commissioners have for the applicant? Commissioner Blitman.
I wondered about the Olympic swimming pool. Like, where does that fit into the planning?
So it would be in the community center that we're programming right now has a very large swimming pool associated with it. I'm not sure it's actually Olympic size. Maybe it is. If it's a requirement, I guess we'll make it that big. But it's a pretty big swimming pool. It's a pretty nice facility that we've contracted with a really high class architecture firm to fully design it, and we're really close to getting that application submitted. I mean, within weeks of getting that application submitted.
Other questions for the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Wickstrom.
Did you feel like some of the concerns were alleviated after the meeting last night?
I think maybe some of them were. Again, I think as Leon mentioned, with planned communities, these are long duration projects that take a long time to develop. And we're at 573 lots out of 18, so we're a quarter of the way through it, a little bit more than a quarter of the way through, and we've again, every trail that's within the phase that we've platted, we constructed. The community center and swimming pool that is constructed now was not actually even in the original development plan, but we heard concerns from the neighbors that we don't have an amenity out here. So the hunters went ahead and constructed that even on a piece of property that it wasn't originally scheduled for, so and ahead of time. So I think some of the concerns probably were alleviated last night. I'm not sure that all of them were, but I think a lot of the confusion over the wording of some of the questions maybe was alleviated with the meeting that we had last night. And especially a lot of the concerns really related around the homeowners association and the management of that and some of the funds. We don't need to get into that, but again, we recognize that the management company that we had contracted with was not performing at the standard that we would like, and so we removed them, hired someone with 22 years of experience specifically in this field, brought them in-house so that they can focus on this community and this development. And I think it'll be a lot better moving forward.
Other questions? So, Mr. Tucker, I want to zero in on the historic structures. So just reading from the report from the Historic Preservation Commission, says that the wrought iron fence was put up, but then the bad stuff comes.
Right.
Structural engineer determined the barn is structurally unsound, and the plan was determined the barn structure would be reinforced to help ensure that it stands for another 50-plus years. Several improvements are listed to be done for the reinforcement. However, it appears that none of these improvements have commenced. Another requirement is for plaques, monuments to be installed on the common lots. They weren't done. Another requirement is for the west wall of the ice house to be restored. It wasn't done. Shrubs are growing up around it. Windows were replaced with vinyl instead of consistent with the historic character of the building on the farmhouse that's there. So by this time, when you're supposed to have had those completed by July 21st of 2024, you should have cost estimates, you should have plans in place. What are the cost estimates? How much is it going to cost to redo that farmhouse? What's the plan to get that done by next summer? The barn, excuse me.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. To answer your question, again, we have till next summer to do it. We know that we're a little bit behind the curve on having those cost estimates and plans. We have started the process of getting those things, the ball rolling on those. We're confident that we'll have it completed by the time that we need to, by the time that we're required to. And again, as Leon mentioned, we have there's a hook, lack of a better term, that the county has to ensure that we get those things accomplished. Where we can't plat any more lots, they could restrict the issuance of building permits until we come into compliance with that. So we understand that we need to accelerate those plans, that we need to accelerate our efforts in getting that accomplished. And it's very important to us that we do that. And so our construction team, our purchasing team is focused on that now, getting those things accomplished so that we don't fall behind on the things that we have to have accomplished by next summer.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tucker. Pardon me?
What page is that on?
Oh, this is the late exhibits.
Oh, well, how come
Yeah,
they're
that
not,
link's broken for me.
how come that link isn't working for me?
It says we can't open this file, something went wrong. I was wondering, I was like, wow, where's he getting that?
Yeah.
Commissioners, that's probably an Ada County IT issue. We've had a lot of
I wonder if
challenges
I
with
could just
our
click on
website
right there
lately.
where it
But
says the exhibit.
I can certainly pull that up if you wanted to review it. It is a larger letter. It's 3 letters from the HPC, and then there's an addendum attached document of like 27 pages.
And the author is Mr. Danielson.
It is, yes. Mr. Danielson is
You know,
our
I
liaison to the
it's
HPC.
It's the third one down
Yeah,
from the
I
top.
just saw that on the
On
file.
the,
Yeah.
if you go directly to it, you don't have to link it.
Yep.
So, thank you. I feel like I caught up.
Mr. Tucker, thank you very much. We have some people that would like to speak to this. Still nobody online, correct? Still nobody online. Okay, do we have a Mr. Chancellor?
Yes.
Mr. Chancellor, please give your name and address.
Christopher Chancellor, nice to see everybody, 14315 North Otter Tail Way. It's Garden City, 83714 Dry Creek Ranch. I purchased the home in March of last year and moved in October of 2022. I want to say I was at the meeting last night. Mr. Tucker, with all due respect, maybe he was there. I don't know if he was in attendance. It was a well-attended. I'd never been to one of their meetings. I thought it was well-planned. It was a really informative, but then there was some contentious with some of the residents there. And of course, being newly resident there, I was there just to watch and observe. And it was sad to see many residents who, under the survey, and I want to say to Mr. Letson, great report. I didn't know much about the development plan, and I apologize for my naivety, but it was excellent. Great job. It really gave me information. And contentious, today, to sit through this wonderful meeting was so nice because last night there were some residents who literally stood up, and Mr. Hunter, and I was shocked by the anger about the HOA. You're right, the HOA meeting was an issue that, being a short-term resident there, communication was not the reason. Mr. Hunter explained that this was primarily that they had fired recently the management company, and explained why, made sense. Anyone who's been on a board or worked with it, you understood that. But I think a lot of residents were really upset, especially those about the financial and what's going to cost. I think the plans are exciting, what's going to happen here over the next many years, but I think there were a lot of concerns. And one was now there's going to be this new HOA, which will be a LLC that's going to be internal. And committees and board of directors are very important. I'm a 30-year insurance guy in California, knowing about boards and do insurance for attorneys. So I know how important it is about disclosure, and I think more than anything, communication, transparency. If we can get that, and I think Robin, the new professional they've hired, is going to have a tough job, but she seemed very nice and professional. If she can communicate and get the proper residents on board, and as new residents come on, those are established to try to mitigate those issues and be open with communication, because it really hasn't been there. I only have 44 seconds, but I'd say some of the disclosures, like for me personally, where when I bought the house, I wasn't told a lot about the water issues, and I live right on the Spring Creek. My house is on the Spring Creek, and nobody identified to me that, even the person who sold me the home said, that I wasn't aware of it. It was in wintertime. And then finding out that the water, and then of course right on the creek bed. Anybody who's been on I lived on a creek in Carmel where it flooded, 100-year flood, and had to be evacuated. So anyone who's been evacuated knows that's important. And then going deeper into the FEMA and talking to Zach, who works for the county, is great. The floodplains by FEMA were changed, and that's another issue, which is a long story. But basically, the flood zones and floodplains, and that's one issue too. But I would just say continue to work on these things and communication with all the residents. Keep it open, transparent. That's it.
So,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chancellor, before you sit down, anybody have any questions for Mr. Chancellor? So you talked about some of the anger, and you described it in part being the fees that are going to be imposed. Would that be the main thing that you sensed from it? If people were angry about anything, were they angry about what this is going to cost them?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for asking. I appreciate that. I think overall the feeling was definitely the cost, what's going to happen to HOA fees. Of course, Mr. Hunter addressed it. It's pretty clear that the fees are going to go up, but there was confusion about how much. Who knows what those will be, but they're going to go up. He did a great job trying to present the benefits of the new clubhouse, the benefits of all the things that we have with water and the sewer. I think there was that confusion of what's it going to cost, how much are these going up, and other residents had different views of the viability and benefits of the new community center. I think it's going to be a great center based on what Cody, the son of Mr. Hunter, presented. It's going to be a great center if it gets approved and it's done. Mr. Hunter said he's paying for that. Of course, the building, they're donating, they're going to spend a lot of money to build it. The HOA will then have to maintain that and do all that. That's part of your dues. Everyone understands, once people understand that these dues bring benefit and their costs, I think that's the point, but people don't know what those are going to be. And until that's addressed, people are going to be upset. And nobody wants to see a meeting like now where people stand up and are upset. And we all want to live. I think the community is it's a beautiful community, but there are issues that, and I think they addressed it last night. Robin, the new HOA manager, said there's going to be an enforcement advisory committee. And when you see enforcement of rules, people get a little upset get a little nervous. And apparently I found out last night that there was a community advisory for the last year or two that was working with the prior management company to address issues. And last night, they just came in and said, well, we fired them, the committee's gone, and people who were on that committee who had been spending a lot of work were really upset because they just found out about it. And I thought that wasn't communicated. But I think that'll come through, and I hope that Boise Hunter will work with everybody to continue. But I hope once those fees are addressed and people feel more comfortable with what they're going to pay for and what are they getting for that, I think that'll allay some of their fears. That's it.
Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
Chancellor,
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Chairman. Thank you.
So I have Arlen, and I apologize for the last name, but we'll let you say it when you come up. And thank you for your patience. It's been a long evening.
Hello, my name is Arlen Hacker, and I live at 43 South Pitt Lane in Napa, and I'm a director on the Idaho Horse Council.
Pull the mic a little
Yeah.
closer to you, if you would, Ms. Hacker.
And I'm sorry for my scratchy voice, but I'm having speech difficulties. We are concerned about the trailhead and the construction and the completion of the trailhead. I know that there was an interview with Boise Hunter Homes by Boise Development, and they said then they were fast-tracking it. But I recently spoke, in fact, I spoke today with the president of the Southwest Boise Mountain Bike Association, and he in turn spoke with the coach of the high school where the young man from whom it was killed, his coach of the team. And because both of those groups had volunteered to build the trailhead, and neither of them have had any contact with or any information coming to them about the construction of the trailhead. When I spoke to Travis Hunter at the end of the meeting where you had the traffic light put in, I asked him about a timeline, and he said, well, you know, I don't have a timeline. I can put it in by the end of the construction, all of the construction. And I said, well, what does that mean? He says, well, what's in it for me? And that was literally what he said, what's in it for me? So we know that they have no intentions of actually putting this in until the very last moment. And even so, they may even draw out that process. A child has already been killed. I asked him about for horses and access, and he said, and parking, he says, well, there's two places you can go, you know, Broken Horn, or you can go to Brookside, and he says, you can park your rigs on the side of the road. And I said, you know, we've got kids on bicycles. You're going to ask them to park their bicycles on the edge, on the side of the road? And he said, yeah. And I went out myself to look at Brookside. At the end of Brookside is a pasture on which there is a large gate. And at the other end of that is another large gate which connects up to this trail. All that would require is that Boise Hunter Homes give permission for our rigs, our horse rigs, and for cars to go onto that pasture land. They could park there where kids don't have to get off their bicycles, park there, and then take and just open those gates. That's all they have to do. That's not even any construction involved. It's opening a gate. If they were concerned because there may be cattle guards there, then horses can't cross a cattle guard, and I don't remember whether there is or there not. All they have to do is put in a step-over gate next to it, which is very inexpensive. So the idea that this requires tons of construction, I don't see that actually happening. You require permission to go across that property. You require the gates opening. You might require 2 step-over gates, maybe not even that, to have access to these trails. I've physically gone out there and looked.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Hacker? Ms. Hacker, your address is listed here as being on Pitt Lane there in Nampa.
Yes.
Do you have property that's in this subdivision?
No, I don't, but I am a director on the Horse Council, and I'm a co-chairman of the Trails Committee. What's important here to me is safety of individuals, whether they be, because these are multi-user trails, whether they be equestrians or whether or not they be bicyclists. We want the interconnectivity of those trails, and all that requires for that interconnectivity is the opening of 2 gates and permission. And that's the concern. And I know I spoke to some people here who are concerned about traffic. They're concerned about parking on Brookside Lane. Well, you wouldn't have parking from recreational users if they had access to this pasture to park. They could just park there and it wouldn't be interfering with that. They also, the people here said, at the meeting, said that there was a possibility that they might consider taking, Boise Hunter Homes might consider beginning to build the trailhead in 2024, but maybe not because they're in contention with Avamore. Well, I'd like to see Boise Hunter Homes be required to put in the access and to build the trailheads within 50 building permits. So that's what I'm really coming to ask you, to have a date of completion for these trailheads within 50 building permits. I think that's very reasonable when, at least on one end of the thing, all you have to do is give permission and open 2 gates.
Yeah, Commissioner Blitman.
Are you referring to the trails connecting to Avamore and the Eagle Pike Park?
Yes, I am.
So thank you.
Ms. Hacker, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming. Is there anybody else in attendance that wishes to speak with respect to this project? Please come forward and give your name and address.
Eric Moss, 8295 West Sparks Lake Drive, Boise. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for your time. I'll be brief. I know it's been a long night. My one concern that I have is in relation to fire, and I do applaud Boise Hunter for creating the fire breaks and making it a fire-wise community. My concern I have is the planned development of the fire station and the time frame that that's done. I heard a comment from the Hunter family last night that if that fire station isn't built in a relatively quick amount of time, they would take that land back. And knowing that fire entities have budgets that go out several years and take a lot of planning and time, I would ask that Boise Hunter be respectful of that and the neighborhood and not pull that land back and keep that deeded to the fire department. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moss. Appreciate it. Yeah, please come forward, name and address.
Good evening, Commissioners. Brian Sims, 9361 West Mere Pond Drive, out in Dry Creek Ranch. And Todd, thank you for that presentation that you did, very eloquent. However, I am one of the people that got terminated last night, if you will, from the Dry Creek Committee. It was news to the four of us upon our arrival there, and it was all handed down to us in about 5 minutes of the meeting starting by Jim Hunter. Our committee was designed as a result of last year's HOA meeting that turned out to be a shit show, okay? Last night, it started going in that direction again, and it's simply because the Hunters have failed to turn over financial reports in a timely manner through the HOA. They have collected funds as developer fees of $300 for a lot that's sold, and it goes to the Wildlife Conservation Mitigation Fund, of which the Hunters own under an LLC and is run by Randy Meredith. We've asked for those financials of where that conservation money is going, although he presented last night that somewhere around $80-something thousand has gone to the tunnel for the wildlife transfer bridge up above Lucky Peak, which is phenomenal. But if simple math here, folks, if you have, Todd said something in the neighborhood of 477, there's actually 426 homes that are occupied. Just simple math, 128,000 plus we pay $60 a recurring fee every month, or every year, every year. That's another $26,000. Let's start doing the math. Where's that on the financials? We just got the operating budget this Saturday. That operating budget for 2023 should have been given to us back in November of 2022. We just received it. The question and the frustration, as this gentleman here said, is merely accountability and transparency. And that's what we're asking for, okay? And accountability along the lines of water, what this gentleman mentioned. As a result of not information being provided to us, there was an investigation that was launched with the Public Utilities Commission, and that was submitted, and Jim Hunter got held accountable for that as well, okay? We're just tired of not having transparency, and our committee and everything else is willing to help, but apparently that's not going to be needed because he thinks that this Robin Neese is going to come in and take over and have complete transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this project? All right. Are there any other questions for Mr. Letson before we ask the applicant to come forward again? Commissioner Blitman? Or, I always look this way.
Go ahead.
So I'll look that way.
I gotta
Commissioner
find
Scott.
I gotta find my spot.
So, a couple questions. I just want to be aware, we can't add conditions. If this is just deciding those two things, we can't say, build a trail, do this, make sure the fire station gets built. It's just, we're saying that they're on track or they're not on track, correct?
This process would not result in new conditions.
Yeah.
If the board were to make finding or motion number 2 that says we've got to reopen this, the full public hearing process associated with that could result in new conditions. I would say that what you could do here as a commission would be the board should ask additional questions or get additional information to a certain effect, and just put, I guess, the developer on alert that that's going to be something you think they need to learn more about as a part of their final decision.
But Mr. Letson, as you pointed out earlier, I gather what you could do as a commission is you could say, okay, well, we're making a finding of that the Dry Creek Ranch hasn't been developed in substantial accordance with the development plan, and some of our concerns are, and then give those concerns, which then, when it goes forward, they go, okay, well, they're concerned about the trails not connecting. They're concerned about fire district or the fire station. They're concerned about historic preservation, that type of thing, correct?
Yes, Chairman, you could do that. I think you could also make a motion that is in conformance, but there are things that need to be better understood. Again, trail connectivity, things like that. I mean, I think you could pick either one, but still add on, we need more information about this. So it really comes down to the will of this commission, if you feel like it's out of compliance or in compliance. But I think either way, you could forward comments to that effect for the board to really key in on, I guess. And staff would incorporate that in a follow-up memo, similar to the one you received. We would just provide a section as to what the P&Z really focused in on and would encourage the board to explore more, so.
Other questions?
I just wanted to
Commissioner
clarify, the second option, it says the Dry Creek Ranch is not developed in substantial accordance with the development plan, and it's got an and/or has caused undue adverse economic impacts. So is that an and or an or?
Wish Mr. Lindstrom was here to help us understand exactly what he was saying there. I believe that is direct language from the development agreement, or I guess actually probably the ordinance in place at the time that required these periodic evaluations. So I think you could read it as so you could use and or there. So you could, and this is stretching my.
So you don't have to have both of them to make that.
If I can weigh in.
Thank you.
From a legal perspective,
Yes.
when we use those terms, it could be either one or it could be both.
Correct. Thank you. That was what I was attempting to get out of this brain at 10 o'clock at night. But yes, you could go with both, or you could say, we think this is of the two, this is the one that we really need to focus on. So.
Another question.
Commissioner Scott?
So other than the wildlife mitigation plan meeting situation, are they actually in violation of anything that's, any of the conditions or any of the timelines as of right now?
Yeah, Chairman,
Or is it
Commissioners.
just we're concerned that they may not make a timeline in the future?
Yeah, correct. So to Todd's point, and per the letter from the HPC, let's just start addressing some of these. The historic structures, they have time within the agreed upon approval for the project to still work out those things. So they're not out of compliance with the historic structures yet. As stated by the HPC, there is fear that they're not going to be able to get that stuff done in time, and that there have been some changes made to these structures that they weren't excited about because they weren't funneled through the HPC as kind of agreed upon. But I wouldn't say they're necessarily out of compliance with the historic structures. The wildlife mitigation plan, yes, that is something that needs to be addressed. There's been a lot of conversation around that, and which is the reason why the county has paused all new plats to kind of leverage the need for that conversation. The trail conversation, they are, again, only required to build trail as they plat property. And there has been a lot of conversation about regional connectivity. Our own Parks and Waterways director would really love to see this regional trail through there. We've had a lot of dialogue around that. But at the end of the day, it's at their discretion to provide those trails as they plat property. And to say that they're out of compliance with the plan because they haven't provided the entire trail, I don't think is accurate. I'm trying to think of any other aspects that we heard that they might not be. The HOA funding and fees are not things that we really get involved with. However, the budget for the WMP, the Wildlife Mitigation Plan, and the associated committee that works with that, we are kind of joined at the hip a little bit there in terms of the fees collected and how they're spent. And so that's why, again, we need to have that Wildlife Mitigation Plan meeting soon to really kind of go through all of that.
And then just two more questions. We kind of briefly heard that they were potentially taking away land for a fire station. Is that, I didn't read anywhere that there's an ability to do that.
There's been Todd probably is better to speak to this. There initially was land identified to be dedicated to the fire district, fire department in control of the area. There has since been, Eagle Fire has proposed to build a new station down at Beacon Light and Highway 55. I don't know where that project is in its development. It's within the city of Eagle. But there's been conversation about that being an alternative location for this fire station. And so that begs the question, what is the land for in Dry Creek Ranch if that does occur? But again, I think Todd might be better to speak to the dedication of that land and kind of the undoing of that in the event they build somewhere else.
And then just, sorry, my last question is, and it's kind of a statement question. I just want to, and it back me up if I'm right. I want to be clear that we heard a lot about HOAs, and HOAs are generally private between two parties outside of the county's purview, other than the wildlife plan, like you said. So when people talk about their angst and anger with HOAs, unfortunately, that's outside of our ability to affect anything, correct?
Yeah, Chairman Commissioners, HOAs and the CCNRs that they regulate and enforce and live by are things that we expressly stay out of because they are private party agreements. And so, yeah, I think that's more probably for the hunters to hear and Boise Hunter Homes that your residents or participants in the HOA need some stuff resolved, but that is not anything for you to take action on, so.
That's all, thanks.
Commissioner Blitman.
So just so I understand, the plat process has been paused pending the Hunter Homes fulfilling their requirements to hold the wildlife mitigation plan meetings.
That's correct.
And that's independent of whatever we do here. That's something
That's
that's
a decision
happening.
that was made by the board already.
Okay.
But I mean, again, if it, push comes to shove and a plat submitted, then, they might have to reopen everything and formally establish that. But that's been an agreed upon thing between the county and the hunters that we're not going to approve the platting of any additional lots until that issue is resolved.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners, Mr. Letson? All right, Mr. Letson, thank you very much. Todd, we invite you to come forward again.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I probably could have not done a rebuttal. Commissioner Scott did most of my rebuttal for me. But yeah, as far as, I'll just go through some of the things that were brought up. As far as the trail connection to the Eagle Bike Park, honestly, in our opinion, the ball is in the county's court right now. Approve our plans and you have the trail. It'll be done tomorrow. Approve the construction plans, it'll be done. So we have been working very closely with county staff, the county engineer. We've even met with the Board of County Commissioners 2 months ago to discuss this issue. So we are definitely committed to getting this trail installed, constructed ahead of time. Miss Hacker, I'm not sure if there was an H or an A. She makes it sound like it's easy. It's not that easy. It's not just opening some gates when you own private property and you're inviting people to ride horses and bicycles through your property when it's owned by a company and a corporation, even if it was owned by an individual. There needs to be easements. These trails have construction standards. They have to be constructed in a certain manner because this is a regional trail. It's not just go make a trail. So safety is also, she expressed the concern about safety. Safety is also a concern of us. This trail is going through a piece of the development that hasn't been developed yet. And we'll have a lot of hillside construction going on. These are very large, very dangerous machines that are driving sometimes at high speeds, and it's not safe to have people riding horses and bikes through this area. We have a plan to fix that and to make it work, but it's not as easy as just opening 2 gates and letting people ride horses on your property. It sounds like it should be easy, but it's not. It was already brought up, we do have a condition already on when these trails need to be dedicated. We're in compliance with that. The ability for this board to add new conditions tonight is not an option. That can happen at a later date if we make an application for an amendment or it goes to the Board of County Commissioners, they do have the ability to add some conditions on there. But again, we already have a condition of approval for these trails, and we're committed to exceeding that condition, building these trails before we're required to. The fire station property has been donated to Eagle Fire already. That property has already been donated to them. It's not something we need to do in the future. It's in their ownership now. As Leon mentioned, they're deciding if they still need a fire station at that piece of property. That's out of our control, that's out of our hands, but we have done our part by dedicating the land to Eagle Fire Department at this time. Again, I was just going to mention that HOA concerns, even though they're severe and they're important to us, they're not part of the periodic review. We are in compliance with all of our conditions of approval, and we are in compliance with the development plan. I think it would be difficult to find, even though the residents may not be happy with everything that's happened or the progress that we've made, and although there's some concern that we may not be able to comply with some conditions in the future, as of today, we are in compliance with all of our conditions of approval outside of the Conservation Advisory Committee meeting, which we have committed to having next month in October. We have hired a new conservation director. There was some issues with that. We've got that straightened out now, and we've committed to having that Conservation Advisory Committee meeting, that annual meeting that needs to be held next month. That will bring us into compliance with that, and at that time, we will not be out of compliance with any condition of approval or anything within the development plan. And I think that I think I'll just end with that. Again, we request that you do forward a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners indicating that we are in compliance with the development plan, because we are. And I'll end with that.
Any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Tucker.
I do have a question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Commissioner
You
Blackman,
don't,
go.
you always have a question. So
Look at this
when
one.
you talk about conservation meeting, what I have here on my page 13 is the inability of Boise Hunter Homes to fulfill the requirements to hold a wildlife mitigation plan meeting. Are those two things the same in your mind?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, yeah, they're the same thing. There is a wildlife conservation plan. There is a wildlife conservation board of directors, which is separate from the Conservation Advisory Committee. It gets very confusing, and I learned a lot about it over the last couple of months trying to figure out what we need to do and how we need to do it. But the Conservation Advisory Committee is a committee that was required with a condition of approval for the overall development plan. It's comprised of five members: the developer, a representative from the HOA, Ada County. Connor used to be our representative. Brent was our first representative. Then we had Connor. I think we're going to get Brent back again now. A person from the Idaho Fish and Game. Idaho Fish and Game is on that committee, and then the conservation director, who's a non-voting member. Idaho Fish and Game has said, we actually kind of benefit from some of the actions taken by this board, so we're going to say we're not a voting member. We'll come, we'll provide input, we'll provide ideas for projects, but we're not going to be able to vote on them because we actually benefit from the money that's being spent. So we actually have a committee that's made up of 5 members. 4 of them are or 3 of them are voting. Actually, sorry, there's a treasurer as well. So there's another person on there. So it's a committee that we have a condition of approval, and it handles basically the administration of the funds, what projects are going to be funded by the funds that are collected for each home. And it's the funds, the way the funding is set up. It's $300 on every transaction. So basically when a home is sold, it's $300, and then it's $5 a month. So $60 a year is contributed per home into this fund in perpetuity. So it'll build up quite a bit of money over the time, and we're really excited about the 2 big projects that we've done so far. And that'll be part of our meeting coming up next month, is to find some other really exciting projects that we can fund that will make a big impact to the wildlife in in southeast Idaho,
Follow-up
southwest
question.
Idaho, sorry.
So you mentioned the funds are a really important part and we're going to benefit wildlife. How do the homeowners get transparency into those funds? Like, is it posted on a website? Is it public information? How do people know what that money was, how that money was handled?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman. Right now, it's not posted on the website or anywhere. It's basically just us telling them what has happened. I think that's probably some of the concern that the residents have expressed, is that transparency. And so I think moving forward with our new conservation director, we've talked about having, some a website or a link on the website that talks about these issues, and that we can kind of promote some of the really good things that their contributions are going to, not just in the community that they live in, but in the state of Idaho, actually.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Tucker. All right, well, that concludes the public testimony portion of the meeting with respect to this project. And so we're going to open the floor up to the commissioners for a motion with respect to a recommendation, after which we can have a discussion among the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Blitman.
I'd like to move that we go with the first item, which is Dry Creek Ranch is developed in substantial accordance with the development plan and work can continue, with the following items as concerns that we want to be addressed by the Board of County Commissioners or in future, discussions. And those concerns are the wildlife mitigation plan meetings, the trailhead connecting Avivore and Eagle Bike Park, and then the historic preservation plan.
I second.
And the motion's been made and then seconded by Commissioner Scott. So Commissioner Blitman, do you have something to add to your motion, or?
I would just say that construction is halted because of the noncompliance with the wildlife mitigation plan. So I think that there is another mechanism that's going to stop that one noncompliance thing. And I don't know that I can identify adverse economic impacts. And honestly, the surveys from the residents were fairly positive if you look through all of the different questions. And even the question that said, we didn't have the infrastructure, but they were okay with transportation. So I thought that was interesting because those are kind of the same questions. So I felt like the responses from the residents, even though there's lots of detailed responses, the overall responses were like things were moving along.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Scott.
I just want to reiterate that they're in compliance currently. I don't want to punish them for a potential future violation. I think that the concerns that Commissioner Blitman put forward are very much valid, and I appreciate that she did that so that they can be something that is viewed by the Ada County Board of Commissioners. But I don't think it warrants essentially punishing them for violations that they haven't committed yet. So I do think that the plan that they came forward with was very comprehensive. I mean, it's made me want to live there. And it looks like they're doing some great things. And the understanding is some of the dates on here are in the 2030s. So that, yes, unfortunately, you can't have everything right now. But as they build out, from what we've seen, it looks like other than the wildlife piece and the concern that they may not be on track with the preservation of the historical buildings, everything else looks really good. I believe in this situation. I feel like having dealt with some other planned communities in my life, their plan seems pretty impressive compared to some where they were just like, well, we don't necessarily have to. They're leaning forward in some areas, showing the people, showing the HOA at the HOA meeting. And again, just unfortunately, a lot of the comments that came in were about the HOA that were negative. And I think a lot of the negativity that we saw in the graphs were aimed at an HOA situation more so than how this is phasing in and the plans and stuff. So that's why I agree that I think there's still insubstantial accordance.
Other comments from the commissioners? Mr. Wickstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made. And a management company can cause an HOA a lot of problems and a lot of anger and disrupt things. And they've taken another path, and we'll see how that plays out. As far as the preservation of the buildings, that'd be nice, but there's only so much money right now, and those are going to be some expensive projects. And if they don't get completed right away, that's not going to have an economic detriment to the development, really, for right now. But I think it's worth putting there so that it's on their list.
Any other thoughts? So my thought is that I am concerned about a couple of things. The wildlife mitigation is one, and the historic preservation buildings is another. I'm also concerned, although it's not part of what we would be making a decision on, about what Mr. Sims had raised. When we say that we would like to have particular attention paid to these three different objects, connecting the trailheads, the wildlife mitigation plan, and the historic structures, I guess my concern is, where's the teeth in that? Now, I understand, and Mr. Tucker gave a very articulate presentation, and I appreciate that, very thorough. But with respect to the historic structures, if you don't know how much it's going to cost at this point, if you don't have a plan in place, and it's supposed to be done by July 21, 2024, it is not going to get done. You know, I've done enough of these things. I worked for Albertsons for 35 years, and I can tell you, projects like that take planning. If you didn't have the money budgeted for it, where's that money going to come from? And so here we've got a requirement with respect to those buildings to have them done within less than a year, and yet no money, no plans. And you could say, even if it was on the 20th and the due date to get it done was the 21st, well, they've still got time, but it's going to be highly unlikely it's going to get done. With the wildlife mitigation plan, it's again the same issue as, well, why isn't it done? Why? What has been going on? And then to Mr. Sims' point about no transparency with respect to the financials, with regard to the buildings and the wildlife mitigation plan, the financials would have told you something about what was being planned and where the money was going to come from and how much it was going to cost. And so I don't think that you have to come to say that there has been, as this is drafted, that there has been undue adverse impacts. The and/or was Dry Creek Ranch is not developed in substantial accordance with the development plan. And so are these things that we have identified enough to say that is not in substantial accordance, or are they of such importance that they outweigh some of the other things that are being done, where you come back and say, look, these have to get done or we're freezing your project because these are too important to just not have completed. And so what I would like to see, and it's not my place to dictate it, but if we're going to make a recommendation, I would like to have there be teeth in that recommendation. We recommend that the board focus on these things, and that if a plan is not implemented to have them timely completed, that further development cease until a plan is in place that the board is happy with. From what Mr. Letson says, I'm not sure if that's a possibility to try to put teeth in it. So if you can't do that, then you drop down to the second one, which is hold public hearings, because if you start holding public hearings again, all of this is going to come out. All of the complaints that have been made by the people that have said, with respect to infrastructure, an overwhelming majority of the people that responded said, no, we're unhappy with it. They either disagreed or strongly disagreed about where the infrastructure development has gone to this point. And so my recommendation would be, if there's no way to put teeth into the enforcement of the three specific items that Commissioner Blitman has mentioned, that I would go with number 2. I'd say, no, it's not been developed in substantial accordance with the development plan. Part of it has, but substantial parts have not. And if we don't put any mechanism in place for the board to say, we're stopping development, we're freezing development till these issues are addressed, then there's no assurance that they ever will be addressed. We'd be here a year or two from now, and the building still wouldn't be done. Wildlife mitigation plan might not be in place. Trailheads won't be connected, nor plans for connecting them. So I'm frustrated, but a motion has been made and seconded. So if there's no further discussion, we'll put it to a vote. So I ask, is there any further discussion before we vote on that motion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Scott.
So I disagree. I think there are teeth, and we've seen that. They've stopped platting because of this wildlife plan. That's the teeth. They can't do anything going forward with, as of right now, because they violated one thing. And you say there's, the teeth are in, when they break that in July 21st of 2024, those teeth will come to bear on them once again, when they are having to, once again, stop construction because they're in violation. That's the teeth. I don't think, again, we can put conditions of teeth on top of the already conditions of teeth that already are in place. They have until July 21st, and you're right. If it's the 20th, then you may not be able, they're definitely not going to be able to meet that mark. But on the 21st, you best believe the staff is probably going to bring that up, and it's going to come to bear on them. And that's where I disagree, that I think that telling the board, hey, keep an eye on this, is the right approach, rather than saying, this is a problem now, when it's not technically, legally a problem. We're talking about, you're on your way to a 0.08 blowing on alcohol, but you're not there yet, so you haven't broken the law. So that's what I'm saying, is we're trying to assume future non-compliance right now. And so that's why I'm trying to, I don't think that's correct to do. I think there are teeth. I think those teeth have been shown when Leon told us that they stopped building because they weren't in compliance with this wildlife plan. Do I think they can get the stuff done with the historical stuff? Man, it's late. I don't know. I'm skeptical, but they have time. I mean, with enough money, I've seen companies put rockets into space in a matter of 3 years. So, I mean,
if you have a best effort standard, you can do that. But very few organizations comply with best efforts because it's expensive. Commissioner Colson, you started to say something.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say I'm pretty much in agreement with Commissioner Scott, and the reason is that is the teeth, that they can't do any more plots. Say they follow suit and they get everything with this meeting on the natural features and stuff like that, and that goes through, then they're free to start doing new preliminary plots and stuff like that. But if they don't follow through with the next one, they're shut back down. So, I mean, as far as the teeth is, I mean, in my opinion, they haven't violated anything. I mean, I'm in the residential business, and to be honest, the historical district, even as tough as they are to work with, a year's amount of time or even 6 months amount of time, it can be done. You know, I'm not, I mean, I've seen it done, you know, and so I don't think it's out of the realm of their capabilities to get it done. Do I think that there should have been a better plan and things should have been presented better and be ready to go and have budgets and all that type of stuff? Absolutely. But I think it could be done, and I don't think that they're in violation. I mean, they're in violation and they're held right now, but for the other aspects, I am going to agree with the motion that's put in front of us, just because, just, hey, watch this, and if they hit it again, boom, you know, and I mean, you know, your actions speak louder than words, you know, I mean, they got, how big of a development is this going to end up being? It's going to be huge. I mean, if they violate the next one, they violate the next one. Well, when they go to the next phases, is the commission going to be a lot more likely to set back and be like, no, we're going to now put stronger ones on them? You know, I mean, it's in their best case to hit those with as big a development as this is. I mean, you know, you're talking 10, 15 years before this might even be fully done. So, I mean, like I said, the actions speak louder than words. And if it's me, I'm making sure that I'm following through and I'm hitting that date because, you know, I want to show that I'm going to do what I say I do, you know. So that's, with them telling them to watch it, you know, I think is probably our best avenue. And so that's about all I got.
Okay, Commissioner Colson, I appreciate that. Anything else? Commissioner Blitman?
You know, I kind of am reading that second part, and it says the consequence, if we vote on the second part, is they're going to initiate public hearings to investigate and adopt changes to the development plan to mitigate undue adverse impacts. And I just still have a hard time understanding what undue adverse impacts has happened because of the substantial, if we consider this substantial noncompliance.
Yeah, it is a question of when we were discussing and/or how well it has been drafted.
Yeah, and so part of me is like, so the consequence doesn't match.
Correct.
I mean, it should say if it's, I mean, if,
To mitigate undue adverse impacts or to correct deficiencies in compliance with the development plan.
so I mean, I think it's just really not very well written, that's my opinion. So anyway, if I've got to choose which two makes the most sense, I'm going to choose the first one.
Okay.
Which is why I went there.
So I won't drag this out any further. We go for a vote. All those in favor of the motion that's been made, please say aye.
I
I vote nay. So we're done. I think Boise Hunter Homes, you're on notice.
And I guess my thought is you're on notice, but, you know, the things that you need to do are not that hard. Fulfill your requirements to hold the wildlife mitigation plan meetings, not that hard. Hold the homeowners meetings, not that hard, so.
All right. That concludes the portion of our meeting for projects. The next item is approval of minutes. You got two sets of minutes in front of you, and I'll explain why you have two sets of minutes in front of you. For the July 13th meeting, there were a number of people absent. Commissioner Exton, Commissioner Retzlaff, and Commissioner Colson were absent. Then, on the August 10th meeting, those folks who were absent were here, but the people that were present at the July 13th meeting, most of them were not.
Yeah.
And so
There's only like
there
two of
was
us
a
here.
level of concern about approving minutes when the people that would have been approving them were not here when the meeting was held. So that's why you have two sets of minutes, and I think we now have enough people here that can approve both sets. So I'm looking for a motion with respect to the minutes or
Well, I can move to approve the minutes of July 13th, 2023.
Yeah, should
I
we
can,
separate 'em?
I can move to approve both, because I was at both. I don't know if that matters, or
We
is
just need 3 out of 5 of you in attendance at both meetings. Did we achieve that? I apologize for not comparing.
I was at both.
Who was at both? Raise your hands.
I was here.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't.
Oh, you weren't here at both, so we can't do it.
So we can't get.
So the July 13th we can approve.
Okay, so who was here
We can't
for,
get the August done, right? Because we only had 2 of you at the August.
I was here for August.
Who else was here? Okay, so we've, and you were here for July?
No, he
Who
wasn't.
was here for July?
I was here for July.
I was
I
too.
was here at the last one, not the one before.
So we can do August, not,
Chairman Birch, you
Jim,
were gone for July, or were you
for
here?
July.
I was here for both
Yeah.
meetings.
So I think we
So
have
we're
3
good.
out of the 5.
So, yeah, we're good.
We can actually, we've got a quorum of the existing, or of the present commission, which is 5, so 3 out of 5. And as long as you 3 agree, or 2 of you agree to approve those minutes, I think we're good.
Yeah, that's what we had. We had, for the August meeting, Commissioner Colson, Commissioner Scott,
Okay.
and I were here.
So we can agree, yeah, we can get the August one, and the other one?
And then we can get the other one.
you was here.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right, all right.
we're good. All right, I moved to approve the August 10th and July 13th, 2023 minutes.
Motion has been made by Commissioner Scott. Is there
I'll
a second?
second.
And Commissioner Colson seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. All right.
I would have said nay, would that have screwed everything?
Yeah, I was, you guys are, my brain's been stretched too far today, so I apologize. All right,
All
I
right.
think we're on to the next.
Discussion of the Ada County Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Yes,
Mr.
so last night we had that subdivision with septic trouble still hasn't made it through. They tabled it again. We'll see if we get it done in October. That's the one out at McDermott and Victory. Let's see, the next one was the Ameritize project for the sawmill off of Orchard Access out by the railroad tracks. You saw that one, made a recommendation of approval. That was ultimately approved by the board. We had the contractor's yard off of Banner Street, if anyone remembers that one. I think you had it 2 months ago. Maybe it was a month ago. I apologize. I inherited a lot of Connor projects, which may have been why some of this has taken longer than usual. I apologize. That was one of Connor's projects. You recommended approval. The board tabled it to get more information regarding improvements on Banner Street as it relates to curb gutter and sidewalk, because unfortunately, ACHD didn't require improvements for that project, but required it for all of the neighboring contractor yards, and they all showed up to basically
Oh, man.
cry foul. And so, in all fairness, so we're going to go research it and figure out what happened. And we're having discussions with ACHD about our ability to ask for improvements beyond what they're putting in their review letters. So it's kind of an interesting time, actually, very like nerdy planning level. You know, what are we legally allowed to do on that regard? So that was an interesting one, but that was tabled to next month. We had a 2-lot subdivision out off of Cloverdale Road, Morgan Boulderman Bold Estates subdivision that was approved. And then we had a commercial kennel out on Chinden Boulevard, also included a variance. So it was a CU and MSP, but it had a variance, so that's why you didn't see it. It went straight to the board. It was for 100 animals, majority of which were dogs, housed inside a barn and then outdoor runs. And a neighboring property owner was opposed due to livestock that they own and run on their property. And so the board ultimately denied it. And largely their denial was based on the variance request, which was pretty high bar in terms of there's a 600-foot setback required for commercial kennels that have outdoor run areas. So 600 feet from that run to the property line. And this property wasn't even 600 feet wide. So it was pretty hard for them to reduce that setback to a degree that would make the project work. So they ultimately denied that project. So, and that is everything. So let me know if you guys have any questions.
I just had a question about an article I saw in the newspaper about the Boise City. So the Boise City Council did something that was different than what their Planning and Zoning Commission had
Okay.
recommended.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
there was a
prominence. Are
court-
we talking about prominence subdivision?
Yeah. So there was a
I don't know
court
if I worked on that
case.
project.
Yeah,
I
so-
wrote that reason statement. So
Did you?
that
Yeah.
was,
So I'm wondering if that impacts anything that we do.
I don't think so. You know, we do our things differently than City of Boise. At City of Boise,
Maybe
the-
you should explain to everybody else.
yeah, I'd be happy to. So y'all knew I came from City of Boise, worked on that project and a lot of other ones like it. And the practice at the City of Boise at the time that I was there, I don't know if this is still the case, was to summarize findings into a paragraph statement as to how the project complies. And so here at the county, we have a line by line, here's finding 1 through
12, and we write a specific statement to each finding. And so some of our statements could be vague at times. I think that was ultimately what the judge decided in that case, is that the statement made was too vague as to how the project would address a specific finding for the zoning code. But here at the county, we break ours out line by line, and so you don't quite see the same thing. But it is a good, for me, it was interesting to see one of my projects that was drugged through the ringer too. It went through the district court and then went to Supreme Court, which isn't usually what happens. And it was interesting to see just the outcome of that, and be interesting to see what the city of Boise does with that moving forward. So, and that's probably all I'm going to say on that project. So,
So we're going to have 2 meetings in October.
yes, yeah, thank you, commissioners. We've got a busy agenda in October already, and then the PEG Industries project, if you recall, 5 Mile on Lake Hazel. This was the multifamily development that had.
The flat one.
And
Yeah, so they had like detached single-family homes and duplexes, but they're not on individual lots. It's a for-rent product. That's coming back, and so as a result of that, we are asking for a second meeting in October because we're just not going to get everything done. That second meeting will largely be dedicated to that large project, so.
I certainly hope they go and visit with all the neighbors.
So wait, I'm just curious because I live like right there and I haven't heard anything about this.
you weren't here on the first one when they came through, so they wanted all single family on this, and Boise wanted more commercial, so Boise wanted it denied.
I mean, that was one of the reasons ultimately, we don't have to take Boise's recommendation. And I don't want to get into the specifics of this too much because we don't want to bias ourselves for a future decision. But the outcome of the previous project was, yes, there was a desire by the city of Boise to have a mix of uses, and then a desire by the community to have the property just go straight commercial with no residential, because it's currently zoned commercial. And part of the request was to add residential, or to change the zoning to residential to do a residential product. So I'm not going to, again, share too much of the details of the project with you yet because we're just now starting to review it. But it is a mixed-use project at that location, Lockwood and 5 Mile, south of like the I think there's a Zamzo's there.
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure, I'm like, where?
It's right next to Hazelwood Village. It's actually, it's a property that was entitled under the Hazelwood Village PUD back in the day.
I know.
So if you enter off Hazel,
South of where you turn to go to Lake Hazel Middle.
so if you're going down 5 Mile and you go past Lake Hazel, and then to enter in Hazelwood Village from the Lake Hazel side, from 5 Mile side, it's right before that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Lockwood Drive. It's on the north side of Lockwood Drive. So that's why we need another hearing in October. And I really do. I've tried to avoid the backup hearing. I know Luke would like us to not have any backup hearings, and we've tried hard to stay out of them in 2023. But this one, October's busy enough that we wouldn't get anything done. And November's busy too. And so it's just one of those things where we have a standard where we have to bring an application to hearing by a certain time frame. Otherwise, it's just automatically denied. And it never looks good for us to automatically deny something because we can't schedule it for a hearing. So that's where we're at on that one.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you.
No further business. We're adjourned.
Oh.